I go, the game's on the line right now.
Well, especially they come back down and stuff it in.
Well, I mean, you were getting the ball to start the second half. I would have punted.
I would have too.
Morning, everybody. So you can't pull the trigger of going to Atlanta to see your beloved Buckeyes, Goffenbaugh? I'd watch it at home. Yes, ambient. He has cost himself a lot of money.
So much so that if I'm the Vikings, I don't know if I franchise him anymore.
No, if you're the Vikings, I think you let him go. I really do. But it goes back to what we've talked about, guys. We've got 9 teams needing quarterbacks, and how many are going to come from the draft? I mean, somebody's going to offer him a starting job.
Did you happen to see, David, and I didn't get into what Rick Barnes said over the weekend?
The Tennessee coach?
Yes.
No.
Chaz Lanier, your guy there.
Oh, yeah. North Florida.
They design a play Saturday night. They won. They beat Texas. But they design a play out of the break for Chaz to shoot. He doesn't shoot. He passes the ball. Barnes takes him out. Here's the quote. I took him out first play of the second half because he didn't shoot the ball. That play was designed for that shot. And I told him, if you're not going to do what you get paid to do, you're going to sit here because he's getting paid to do that.
It's a different world now.
Yeah, but they all skirt it. Rick didn't skirt it.
No.
Everybody laughed in the presser, but I just thought that was an interesting quote.
Ambient, Dion and Jera talked. Dion described the conversation as intriguing. No interview was set up. Empire, I will say this. Your matchup against the Rams, though, is a very different matchup. Okay? Because you're a running team. So the Rams will be a tough out, but you're a very different matchup than the Vikings. See, Koffenbaugh, I got to admit, I disagree. We agreed with Dion 10, 12 years ago when he didn't get the Atlanta job. And he said, I can put a staff together. Right? Being a head coach is leading men. I can do that.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real.
Keeping it
And now,
real.
here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Tuesday, where the first round of the NFL playoffs is in our rearview mirror. And maybe the committee should do a better job picking teams next year. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. You see what I did there, Mark? The committee?
I did.
Picking teams?
I did. I like it.
No, I was going to say, is that enough snark for 601?
Absolutely. 401 Mountain, David. I mean, don't kid yourself. You're starting early this morning.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am. It is a balmy 37 this morning in the valley, Paradise Valley or the valley, whichever you prefer.
David, the cold snap is over. It's 68 degrees here, and
Nice.
when it gets to be this temperature, we no longer care what's going on in the rest of the world. We only want comparison's sake when it's cold here. When it's back to normal, we don't give a damn.
See, when it's not winter where we are, we don't give a damn about the rest of you. Okay.
Got that right.
All right. You're going to be that way. By the way, only a 23-degree difference between the southwest corner of Florida and the northeast corner. That's all. Just a 23-degree difference. But, well, not much of a game yesterday. It was over by halftime. The one thing that impressed me, maybe I shouldn't have been, maybe I'm naive, but that place was packed. I mean, packed. I mean, top row, end zones, all the way around. I mean, they didn't decide till Thursday dinner that they were even going to have the game there. Now, I know, obviously, you can go online, you can buy tickets and what have you, and they offered up tickets to Rams season ticket holders, and then they offered them up to Cardinals season ticket holders second. And then
Cardinal season ticket holder, it's been a while since they've seen a playoff game too, David.
Hello. See, we got the right amount of snark 90 seconds into this one. And Mark, that's true. I mean, A, it's been a few years, and B, when are we going to see one again? Although they're ascending. They are. But that place was 50-50, man. Vikings fans showed up.
I thought they would because Viking fan, like most fans of Midwestern teams, David, where have their fan bases gone? Everywhere else, particularly where it's warm. And while a lot of Minnesotans are down here in Florida, I'm guessing a lot are in Arizona, and this was their opportunity to see their team, at least in close proximity, and they did so. And they were excited about this team, and good reason. 14 wins after all. This team is going to go on a run. They're going to have a rematch with the Lions at some point, right? Whew. Boy, when it ends with a thud. Particularly in the case of the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah. Whew. Man.
6 quarters Sam Darnold cannot get back, and the amount of money that it cost him is astronomical.
Well, I think it cost him being tagged by the Vikings.
I agree with you, David. I said it to you before the show. I'm like, how do they tag him now after what he gave them, in the Detroit game, and then followed up with a similar performance against the Rams?
The one thing we do have to remember, though, there are not enough quarterbacks for jobs available. We go through it throughout the season. We go through it in the offseason. We go through it before the draft. Hell, we go through it after the draft. There just aren't 32 starting quarterbacks in this league. We want there to be, but there aren't. And so you think, oh, man, nobody's going to offer Sam Darnold. There's a team out there that needs a starting quarterback that has no hope of getting their hands on one for another year or two. And they'll look at Sam as a bridge. The question becomes, how much will they pay for the bridge?
And the bridge got a hell of a lot cheaper after the last two performances. There is no doubt. And really, what's the franchise tag for quarterback going to be worth in the 40s, right?
Low 40s is my understanding for next year.
So that's gone with the Vikings. If you're the Vikings, why would you bring him back?
Correct. And they didn't pick up Daniel Jones for insurance in 2024. They picked up Daniel Jones because Daniel Jones beat them in a playoff game 2 years ago. And they think, well, he can be a bridge if we need him. We won't put any pressure on J.J. McCarthy. We'll let him come back from the knee injury. We'll let him get some experience in the preseason. When he's ready, he'll play. But if he's not ready the first month or two of 2025, Daniel Jones is taking a team to a playoffs. Hell, he beat us 2 years ago, threw for 300 yards. I mean, hell, Daniel Jones should thank the Vikings. I mean, he got his contract because of the Vikings. So, my guess is that's what the direction they're going to go. It'll save them a lot of money. They've got over half their defense, Mark, are free agents. They need another offensive lineman. They've got needs still. And why spend $40 million on a quarterback when come on. Do you think Daniel Jones can get more than $10 million? I mean, Sam Darnold signed a 1-year, $10 million deal. Do you think Daniel Jones can get more than that from the Vikings or anyone else?
David, maybe a couple, maybe 12 million, but no.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he gets a couple million more, but at the end of the day, not really.
Right. So, if you're the Vikings, if J.J. McCarthy's the future, you save $30 million and you start moving to the future. I mean, let's face it, if J.J. McCarthy didn't get hurt, they wouldn't be keeping Sam Darnold and J.J. McCarthy would be the starter next year. He probably would have backed Sam up all year. Sam started 5-0 after all, lost 2 games. If they wouldn't, assuming J.J. was healthy, do they make the move after their bye week when they're 5-2? Because if they don't do it then, they're not going to do it because they go and rip off 9 straight wins. So there's a chance J.J. McCarthy doesn't play this year. But he's healthy, and he's got the cap on, and all ABC ESPN is doing is showing clips of J.J. McCarthy standing on the sidelines in the second half last night going, well, he's the future. This is what he looks like. But, man, oh, man. Why, Mark, do coaches feel the need to go for everything all the time?
You mean at the end of the first half when it's 17-3, and you can punt the ball and get out of the half at 17-3?
Yeah, probably.
And get the ball to start the second half. 17-3 is equivalent of being down 2-0. We all know that. But for whatever reason, coaches think 14 points is 14 scores at certain times. And they go for it. They give the Rams a short field. The Rams score a touchdown. Game over.
Yeah. I mean, why? That's playing poker and going all in when you've got a ton of chips. And it's like, well, do you really need to go all in on this hand now?
And you're 2 hours into a 5-hour tournament, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There's no need to make that kind of move then. You're down 17-3, and it's the third quarter late, and you want to go for it there, I can justify it. But the point of them getting the ball to start the second half, David, that's where I lose them.
I mean, I thought Aikman, and I'm not just saying this because I was there, I thought Troy afterwards said, well, it shows you what Kevin O'Connell thought of the situation, that he felt he had to go for it here. That Kevin O'Connell essentially thought, man, if we don't get points here, we ain't going to win. Wow. You got 31 and a half minutes left here. What are you doing? What are you doing? I didn't. And you know how I feel about Kevin O'Connell. I think he's one of the 5 best coaches in the league, but I'm sorry, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. Oh, well, didn't get points out of this drive. We get the ball to start the second half, punt, pin them deep. And also, we take more time off the clock than what we're taking right now because they, got to the line and snapped it with 15 still on the play clock. What the heck? So, I mean, I love O'Connell. Would love for him to be my coach, but thought he made a mistake there. That was a bit of a panic move.
Desperation early, David, and you wasn't yet the time to be desperate.
No, ended the third quarter.
Right.
Okay. Now, minute to go in the third, 4th and 2, down 14 at midfield. We got to get something going. Okay. I might have still punted, but I'm a little conservative. I am, but I think most people would have said, "Oh, okay, got to go for it at some point." Blah blah blah. But all right, there was one controversial moment in the game. I thought it looked ugly, but to me, it was obvious that was a shovel pass forward by Stafford that the Vikings scooped and scored on in order to tie the game at 10. And would the game have been different? Who knows? I mean, put it this way, if that counts, in theory, it's still 10-10 because the score remained the same till the very end of the half. And you got to think O'Connell punts, 4th and 2, tied at 10, getting the ball to start the second half. I mean, so I thought it was obvious. It was ugly looking. It was clearly grounding. All right. But that can't be determined by replay. All right. So, for everybody saying, well, come on, it should have at least been grounding. Yes, it should have. But since they ruled it a fumble live, the only thing they can review is, was it a fumble or was it an incomplete forward pass? They can't also tack a penalty onto it. Now, we can argue whether or not they should be able to.
Not in a replay, but David, they huddle so often and come up with penalties after the play. After it was, could the referees, and I don't know this for sure, so I'm asking, could the referees, after the play had been determined a forward pass, then huddled and said, well, if it's a forward pass, it was grounding? I know replay can't call it, but can the officials huddle and call it?
I think so. I do. But they also said, that Puka was in the area. Boy,
Big area.
Yeah, even Aikman said, boy, you're really giving the quarterback the benefit of the doubt there. Miller and Moulton. David Samson and Pat Kirwan on our show today.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So what did Belichick say on the Manningcast? And I agree, intentional grounding is a little too favorable for the quarterback, but they're trying to protect him from getting hurt. Look at that. Someone that likes listening to Joe and Troy. You know, it's funny. The longer they're around, the more people like them. Yeah, he had a cold. He was fine pregame. Trust me, I know. My voice has been fine, and all of a sudden I've tried to belt out, how the heck are you? And it's like, oh, what's going on here? So, yeah, he had a frog in his throat, and frog got bigger as the game went on. He was sucking down tea and cough drops.
What are you thinking for a poll question?
Would you hire Deion Sanders to be your NFL team's head coach?
I can live with that.
2018, EB. I got the gig in 2018. Been with Gary since 2006. Got the Troy gig because I was doing golf with Joe from 2016 through 2019. And so Joe didn't exactly recommend me. Joe hired me without telling Troy and told me to show up for the first game. And then told Troy like a day beforehand, hey, I got this guy. He's going to come to help you. Troy just kind of looked at him like, what? Yeah, that one over big.
I do remember that. You come back, I don't know if I'm doing next week or not.
Oh, come on. I didn't say that. You're being nice. Okay, you said, how did it go? And I said, well, you know, this is a one-off. Okay. Never going to hear from them again. Mark, I never did a game for Pat Chambers. So the last FGCU basketball game that I did, men's, was Fly's last home game when they beat, ironically, Jacksonville in the ASUN playoffs. Well, I don't know about often, Coffin Ball. I usually fly once a year and only when I need it. But it is a nice way to get around. Oh, yeah, it's likely not happening.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. David Samson to join us at the top of the hour. Pat Kirwan will join us at the top of our 8 a.m. Eastern hour. Miller and Moulton brought to you in part by Floormeisters. Floormeisters, a beautiful studio that they've built for me here in the Valley. It's very nice. Have to admit, though, it's a little far from the game, guys. TJ, next time, there's got to be a place you could find that's not 35 minutes from the game. If you could make it shorter, I'd appreciate it. But Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
21,000 is the text line. If you want to add anything to the show, feel free to text at your heart's content. If you haven't texted in a while, you need to text the keyword Miller to 21,000. Once you've done that, you've cleared the gate and can text as much as you would like.
So, middle of the day yesterday, I think it was early afternoon, all of a sudden the story broke that turns out Jerry doesn't want Mike McCarthy after all.
Never really did from the talks. They didn't really negotiate. There was no real contract talks to be heard of, and they are parting ways.
Right. Jerry said that, we had a week to talk with Mike, and we talked back and forth for 4 or 5 days, but I never offered him a new contract. It was pretty obvious to me that we needed to go our separate ways. And I'm sure Mike is like, well, then couldn't let me interview for the Bears job last week? Huh? No?
Looks petty on Jarrett's part. If you weren't going to bring him back, why wouldn't you let him interview?
He tried to spin it and say, well, I didn't know I wasn't going to let him bring him back 5-6 days ago. It was after talking to him every day that I realized that, this wasn't going to work going forward. Oh, okay. So the Cowboys now are playing from behind in terms of interviewing folks, but it's not as bad, Mark, as it would have been in past years, because in past years, you could do face-to-face interviews as soon as humanly possible with the current assistant coaches. You can't do that anymore. You can only do a Zoom interview. You can't do face-to-face with anybody who's currently employed till after next weekend's games. Then beginning, in 6 days, anybody who's free can, interview in person. But anybody unemployed, you can meet with face-to-face. That's why when Vrabel was let go by the Browns as a courtesy with a week to go in the season, he had a week's head start. Ron Rivera is looking for a job, etc. But the Cowboys are starting from behind, Mark.
Okay.
They are. Let me ask you a couple questions. First off, we did this game when there were only 6 available jobs, ranking, best job out there. The Cowboys job with now 6 openings because the Patriots have been filled. Where would you rank the Cowboys job?
It's so hard to rank this, and I'm not trying to skirt your question.
No, I know.
Because there's a lot of things that you like about the job. They've got a stable quarterback, and you've said it before. Whatever you may think about Dak, Dak's still a top 3rd quarterback in the league. He is.
He's certainly top. Even if you don't like Dak, he's top half. I mean, you have a starting quarterback. You do.
You have an elite wide receiver. You have an elite defensive player. So you have things that other teams simply do not have, particularly the other teams where there are jobs available. You have some pieces. But there's the Jarrett factor.
I was going to say, you just said the Cowboys have things that other teams don't have. And one of them, Mark, is
Jarrett. And his clown show that goes on all year long. And you have to have a certain type of personality to accept that job. Not everybody is built to coach the Cowboys.
Well, and I don't know when this interview took place. I think it took place 2 hours before the game. I don't think it was in the post game, but Scott Van Pelt, and he had Ryan Clark and Kelsey and Marcus Spears, and I guess Adam Schefter had just done the report about, the Cowboys job is open. And Troy Aikman was on the panel. And Scott Van Pelt got to that subject by saying, well, obviously a very desirable job. And Troy Aikman, of all people, Troy Aikman, who lives in Dallas, and we all know his resume with the Cowboys. Troy Aikman said, quote, well, I don't know how desirable a job it is. And you could see the guys on the panel turn and look at him like, whoa. And even Scott Van Pelt gave it a whoa. And Troy said, well, would Dan Campbell be Dan Campbell in Dallas? Could he be Dan Campbell in Dallas? Could other coaches be who they are in Dallas? When you take over a team, you want to be able to be the guy.
Put your stamp on it. Give it your
Right.
personality, whatever the case may be. And that seems impossible.
And that's what Troy said. Troy said, so, is it high profile? Yes, very. He goes, but is it desirable? He goes, I don't know. And he ended it by saying, hey, play 12 years there. I love them. I wish them the best, but I don't know how desirable it is. Whoa.
Troy definitely does not want to get into coaching. That's what I took from that he has take his name off the list of people to coach the Dallas Cowboys. That's out.
Yeah, I think the chance of Troy Aikman running the Cowboys has expired, but it certainly has expired now.
Yes.
So, but do you think Troy is alone in that way of thinking around the league, where we all know there's only 32 of these suckers, so therefore they're all desirable, ... But, I mean, did Troy just say the dirty little secret out loud?
I think that he did. And on top of the way, did he run McCarthy off? Yeah, I think so. I mean, McCarthy did a pretty good job there. Had a bad year this year, a lot of injuries, a lot of circumstances, but what? How many 12-win seasons in a row?
49 wins in 5 years. So, he averaged 10 wins a year. I know 1-3 in the playoffs. Trust me, I know. We talked about it yesterday. Is a win-loss record in the playoffs. It's always a coaching record. You then decide, is it also a quarterback mark?
But I'll be interested to see which former coaches, if any, are interested in the job, or if this is all assistants, David.
Well, I'm interested in one particular former NFL head coach, if he's interested in the job. The guy in Chapel Hill.
I hope not.
Mark, how many assistant coaches has he hired?
His kid.
Did Steve take the job?
I thought so.
Okay, I hadn't heard that. I mean, we did the Sun Bowl. He was the defensive coordinator for Washington. I thought he was still going to be the defensive coordinator of Washington. I thought it was rumored, but the whole he was going to be coach in waiting. But they're getting nervous in Chapel Hill, is my understanding. They're like, why aren't you putting a staff together? Hello? So that's the one former NFL head coach that I'm very intrigued about.
Don't you think they would have talked already? And I don't mean face-to-face, but don't you think that Jarrah would have reached out in some way, shape, or form to see if Bill was interested?
Oh, I'm sure in the course of the last year, there's been a casual conversation. But I'm just saying, that's the former NFL coach that I'm interested in. There's a current college coach who may be interested, who the Cowboys may be interested in. The starting five is next. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct,
the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
By the way, Mark, you're right. He did hire his son.
I thought so.
Yeah, because
So the Diamond District got an agency.
mm-hmm.
I've sent 3 emails. I've made 3 phone calls, and I cannot get this woman to call me back. I've given them advertising in January in hopes that we're going to continue our deal, but I have no faith. We're the 13th, and if I don't get an answer this morning, I'm calling Jason.
Feels like a heavyweight fight. Only my first day, doesn't it? Bills Ravens in the divisional round. So you think the winner in Buffalo is just going to go right through the Chiefs?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until David Samson joins us for his weekly appearance on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Do want to clarify something. We were discussing Belichick and how many assistants has he hired at North Carolina. Mark, you were right. Steve Belichick has been hired to be defensive coordinator. Freddie Kitchens, I think, was recently hired, and one other guy just got hired. So he's got 3 assistants that he's hired.
It's about 33 short by the normal.
Well, certainly 6 to 9 short. I mean, most guys have their staff assembled by now, right? If for no other reason than to hit the ground recruiting. So
He's got a GM, Lombardi. He and Lombardi can handle all that, David.
Right. That's true. Because when you think college recruiting, you think Mike Lombardi.
Right.
Hello. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Wild card round ended with a thud. An expected good game between the Rams and Vikings was not. Rams jump out, 24-3 halftime lead, beat the Vikings 27-9. Remember when the Rams were 1-4? Remember when the Rams lost at home to the Dolphins midway through the season? When the Dolphins were like 3-6. Yeah, Rams have won 10 of 13. Matthew Stafford, a couple of touchdown passes. Defense had 9 sacks. One of the sacks produced a fumble that was picked up and returned for a touchdown. Sam Darnold threw for 245 yards, but was largely ineffective. Had 2 turnovers to go with his touchdown, and the Vikings have now gone 5 years without a playoff win. Vikings go home despite a 14-win season. Remember, Vikings 2 years ago won 13 games and was sent packing in the wild card round by the Giants. So we love Kevin O'Connell, but he's 0-2 with 2 bad losses so far in his young career in the playoffs. Rams go to Philly, Mark, 3 o'clock Sunday on NBC. Rams Eagles. Eagles open as a 6-point favorite.
Little different team the Rams are going to face when they travel to Philadelphia than playing the Minnesota Vikings.
Very different team. Very different team. They don't blitz like crazy on defense, number 1.
They don't have to, David.
And number 2, Eagles an elite running game.
An elite offensive line. Period.
So it'll be a different matchup, but it's 2 versus 4 in the NFC. Sunday, 3 o'clock. Eagles open as a 6-point favorite. So Mike McCarthy will not continue as Cowboys head coach. Jerry Jones announced that yesterday afternoon. The Bears and Saints immediately raised their hand and said, "Oh, we have interest. We wouldn't mind interviewing you." Jera called Dion yesterday, and they apparently had a lengthy conversation. Dion was asked about it, and he said, "Yeah, we talked. And, when you get done talking with Jera, whatever it is that he's talking about, it's, quote, intriguing, unquote." But then Dion, said, "I love Boulder. I love the school. I love my players, blah, blah, blah." He never at any point said, "I'm staying." And he never at any point said, "I don't have any interest in the gig." Should we make that our poll question?
I think we should, but not just the Cowboys in general.
That would you hire Dion to be an NFL head coach?
Correct.
Now, you and I are different than I think most people. We were on board Dion being an NFL head coach before he had ever coached at Jackson State. That we believe the number one quality in a head coach is to assemble a quality staff and then be a leader of men. And we thought Dion could do that. And Dion publicly said, like, he wanted to be considered for the Falcons job. I think the Falcons job that went to Dan Quinn like 10 years ago. And the Falcons didn't consider him. And he said, hey, you can laugh all you want, but trust me, I know what goes into the gig, and I'm pretty sure I can do it. And we agreed with him 10 years ago. So you know Miller and Moulton's answer. But what's yours? So I guess I'll keep talking, and Mark will post that as our poll question.
Perfect.
Russell Wilson, once the team gets eliminated from the playoffs, they come in with their hefty bags and they throw all the stuff in the trash there, and they go to their cars and they leave. And Russell Wilson gave an interview before he left, and he goes, I'd really like to stay and remain a Steeler. I hope we can make that happen. Now, the Steelers got rid of their entire quarterback room after last year. Both Russell Wilson and Justin Fields are free agents after this year. Will they do it again? And if so, ... where do they start? Bo Nix, by the way, revealed that, I had a small fracture, 3 vertebrae or whatever. It's just, it's a little thing. A lot of guys play through it, is what he said. Yeah, it happened against the Raiders on November 24th. But, he said the next week we were playing the Browns on Monday Night Football. He goes, I was not going to miss my first Monday night game. And then we had the bye week. And so, we shot it up. We played through it. And a lot of guys are playing through this. And we're like, I'm sorry, did you say something about like small fractures in your back?
Right.
That seems inconvenient at the very least, right? So Bo Nix, not only talented, not only did a terrific job as a rookie quarterback, but tough. College football news. No surprise, Penn State tight end Tyler Warren off to the NFL draft. By the way, did you see both Penn State running backs and their quarterback? They're coming back. They're pulling in Ohio State. They're like, we've got unfinished business. We got to get the job done.
Good to see that Penn State's got their NIL in order. I'm proud of them. They're not keeping them because they love college.
Oh, that's not what they said, though, Mark.
I don't care what they said. They're getting paid.
Notre Dame will be without left tackle Anthony Knapp. High ankle sprain against Penn State. He can't go against Ohio State. We'll see how much that hurts him. Remember, Knapp's in there because the guy who was supposed to be suffered a season-ending injury in August. And, Notre Dame's actually dealt with a lot of injuries on the offensive line. They've handled it exceptionally well. It's a name. It's kind of like when Kirk Herbstreit's kid went to sign with Michigan. It made headlines because it's Kirk Herbstreit's kid. Okay, even though he was literally a 0-star prospect. Doesn't mean he won't be a good college player, but, he wasn't a top whatever. Well, neither's Antonio Cromartie Jr. You look at the teams that were pursuing him, they were a far step down from where he ended up signing because he's the son of a former Knowles standout. And so Florida State offered him a scholarship. And Crow Jr. signed with Florida State. Okay. Baseball. A couple of interesting things. So there's another Japanese pitcher. Remember, last year it was Yamamoto who signed with the Dodgers. Well, his name is Roki Sasaki, and he's young. And he's not a $300 million bid. It's complicated. You can only post them. You don't have to pay pittance compared to what you had to pay for Yamamoto, who I guess had full free agent status. Here, you just like pay a big thing to the team, but Suzuki's not going to get big money for a while. Well, he narrowed his list of teams from 8 down to 3, and they're the Dodgers. You know, the
surprise.
Right. The whole Otani thing seems pretty popular for Japanese players. The Padres and the Toronto Blue Jays.
And he officially said he didn't want to play for the Giants and Yankees.
And Mets, right?
Okay.
And Cubs and Rangers. Yes, he and his people let those 5 teams know we're out. One other thing. Remember how the Bally's Sports Network became the FanDuel Sports Network as part of the whole bankruptcy thing? FanDuel, I think, bought Bally's for $1. The Cincinnati Reds were left out of the loop. They didn't have a place to show their games. Well, yesterday, the Reds announced that their games are going to go back to the regional cable, only this time it'll be the FanDuel Sports Network in Ohio. So I guess 9 major league teams are still on what is now FanDuel Sports Network and what was Bally's, but now 6 teams have their games produced by Major League Baseball. It's a mess. College hoops, it wasn't a system play because technically when the game tipped off, UCLA was no longer ranked. At this time yesterday, they were ranked, and Rutgers was home and a slight underdog. Well, Rutgers beat UCLA. They came from behind in the second half, 75-68. So Mick Cronin's Bruins are 0-2 since he called this team soft and delusional.
Blown out in the second half by Maryland and lost to Rutgers, who has not been beating anybody, David.
Notre Dame beat BC by 18. Maryland over Minnesota by 6. Bethune and FAMU were losers yesterday in men's basketball. FAMU a loser in women's basketball. The polls came out, as I mentioned. The new number 1 on the men's side is Auburn. Yeah, Auburn hasn't been number 1 very often in men's basketball. Iowa State second, Duke third, and then, Mark, it depends on your poll. The AP poll is Bama 4th, Florida 5th. Coach's poll is Florida 4th, Bama 5th. UCLA, one of 3 unbeatens on the women's side. They remain number 1. The other 2 unbeatens, by the way, are Ohio State and LSU, and LSU survived at home against Vandy yesterday to stay perfect. Clippers took care of the Heat, 109-98. How about the Pistons? 2 games above 500.
Break them up.
I mean, this time last year, what were they losing? Like 26, 28 in a row? Something like that?
They were in the midst of that losing streak right now.
Yeah. Yeah, Cade Cunningham with 36 points. The Pistons are 20-18. Second time they've gone into the Garden and beaten the Knicks this year, 124-119. The Washington Wizards are bad. They're 6-32. They lost at home to the T-Wolves by 14. Do you know Memphis had Houston last night, Mark, was a battle for the 2 seed in the Western Conference?
Yeah, Houston's played way above their skis this year.
Well, and they beat Memphis last night, 120-118. They have a 2-game lead for the 2 seed out west. And the Spurs and Lakers were tied going to the 4th, and San Antonio won by 24. Outscored LA 37-13 in the 4th. NHL 3 games. Panthers were up 2-0 after 3-2 early 3rd. Flyers scored 3 times in the 3rd to beat the Panthers 4-3. Calgary 5-2 over the Blackhawks, and Connor McDavid scored, and Skinner made 30 saves. Edmonton shut out the LA Kings 1-0. And at 9 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question is up. It is a very simple one. Would you hire Deion Sanders as your NFL coach? Miller and Moulton will be yeses. I doubt David's voted yet because he was doing that starting 5 thing. And I was listening to the starting 5 for a change, so I didn't vote.
But we're going to vote yes, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just making sure.
But
just making sure.
Dion's one thing. What happened with McCarthy is another thing, David, because you'll know this better than I because you pay attention a little more to contracts. But we don't have coaches become free agents very often. We have coaches get fired, but we don't have coaches work their contract and then become free agents. It doesn't happen in the league. And if I'm Kevin O'Connell, I'm really interested on how this McCarthy thing works out for next year. Because I'm not sure I want to run and sign a contract with the Vikings. Why haven't they extended him yet? And
Oh,
what
you mean
else?
so you mean O'Connell?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
If I'm O'Connell, I'm paying attention to what happens to McCarthy here in the next few weeks. And to see if he gets hired. Because it would certainly change the way the coaching carousel goes if coaches became free agents. It doesn't happen very often.
Miller and Moulton. He's not a free agent, but if he was, we'd sign him. David Samson is next. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, but Ambient, yes, he can bail on them like that. That's what coaches do.
That's what players are doing. And come on now.
Good morning, David.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing excellent. How about yourself?
I am well, thank you. How you guys feeling?
All right.
Good.
Hanging in there.
I am okay. I can't even imagine what direction you're going to go in today. There's too many things.
So if you had it to do over again, all right, would you host a weekly show on QAM for an hour every Tuesday, like Jerry has his hour every Tuesday on Dallas Sports Radio? I'm just wondering, now that you're this media, I'm just wondering if you had it to do over again, would you come back as Jera?
I did my weekly thing with Levitard. It got me in plenty of trouble over the years. That's for sure.
Oh, I didn't realize that you did Levitard weekly while running the Marlins.
Oh yeah, from 2000 maybe 6 till 2017, with a couple of years off when our owner said, if you keep doing that, I'll fire you. And I didn't want to get fired at that point. I had kids going to college.
Right.
But then I started up again. Yeah, I was the active team president doing movie reviews on Levitard.
But you were doing movie reviews, so you weren't talking about the Marlins.
No, but of course, baseball came up.
Right, sure.
The theory was it was always movie reviews, but baseball came up every week. And that whole crew was so angry with me.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday, and it begins as it always does with David Samson. He of Nothing Personal with David Samson. It's a podcast that's done live at 8 a.m. Eastern and then rebroadcast at 10 a.m. Eastern on the DraftKings Network. You can follow David on X at David, the letter P, Samson, David P. Samson. He joins us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Well, good morning. How you doing?
I am well. Good to see you guys. I love Tuesdays. It must be 7 a.m. if I'm looking at your mugs. I love it.
Did you hear how he said mugs, Mark?
Well, it fits.
Your
If the shoe fits,
mugs.
wear it, David. That's the way it goes.
Well, what do you want to talk about today? Off air, you said, I don't know where you guys are going to start. I mean, we're kind of intrigued, Jera picking up the phone, talking to Dion. I mean, you worked for an owner who was opinionated, who got in the way publicly, Never, never mind behind the scenes. Did it ever hurt you? Like, did you want to hire somebody or acquire somebody and they looked at you and go, yeah, I ain't working for your owner?
Not one time in 18 years. The question always was, what are you paying? So I think that you say that I worked for a meddling owner. There are 30 team presidents in MLB and 32 team presidents in the NFL, and we all work for a meddling owner. It's just degrees, and it's how you manage. The way to be a successful executive, I'm asked this the most when I give talks and teach classes. The biggest quality you need to succeed as a team president is the ability to manage up and manage down, because you've got to not just manage all of your employees, but you got to manage your owner. And you have to know you're not going to bat 1,000. Nobody bats 1,000. And so deciding when to give in and when not to becomes something critical. Jerry Jones is a great story because he decided he's not, funny. I need to take my words back. 31 NFL owners are meddling. Jerry Jones is not a meddling owner. He named himself GM. I give him the credit way more, though he takes up a lot of time on nothing personal. He's got the guts to say, my team. It's not my kid's team. It's not a GM's team. It's not a coach's team. My team, I'm in charge. I'm the GM. Now, the funny part is, for the Cowboys to be good, the owner has to fire that GM because that GM stinks. But that GM is permanently protected, better than any mob boss in the world. He'll never be fired. And then you get into a position where it's been 20, what is it, guys? When's the last time they were in the conference championship? Is it 1995?
Yeah, 29 years ago, 29 seasons.
Can you imagine a GM lasting 29 years without playoff success? Just out of curiosity? Of course not. But Jerry Jones, the GM, is protected by Jerry Jones, the owner. And now Jerry Jones, the GM, is looking for a coach, but you can bet your bippy that Jerry Jones, the owner, is going to do the hiring.
All right. But a guy like Deion Sanders, who's intriguing, is that, because it seems to me, unless you're going to get someone out of college, I don't know how many former head coaches want to go work in that environment for the reasons you just stated. It's, Troy Aikman said it last night. I don't know if it's a desirable job. It's a high-profile job. Is it a desirable job, David?
There's a guy named Clayton McCullough who's going to be managing the Marlins. Is that a desirable job for the world champion first base coach of the Los Angeles Dodgers? Well, he lives in Florida in the Palm Beach area, and the Marlins are one of 30 major league teams. We never had a problem finding someone to manage a team that may lose 100 games. There are plenty of people who want to be the head coach and are willing to do anything to achieve that goal, achieve that level of financial security. And the downside is you're working for a tempestuous GM and owner, and the likelihood of you being Tom Landry is zero. But you're a head coach, and maybe you can do well, and maybe you can look good if you're good at it. So I don't think he'll have a problem. As for Deion's incremental benefit to Colorado was huge. I'm not going to deny it. But his incremental benefit to the Cowboys, it is way less than what he brought to the Buffaloes. He's not going to allow for an increase in revenue in the way that happened in Colorado. He's not going to bring in NIL money, sponsorship money. It may be sort of an exciting hire to those who don't know, but running an NFL football team is a totally different story than being a marketing person who comes in with flash the way Deion did to Colorado.
We think that hiring a head coach, hiring a manager, is much more about being a leader of men than it is about X's and O's. Okay, when you were hiring, is baseball different in that respect? Are we wrong?
You are. Well, it depends. If you're talking about baseball, we were always looking for a leader of men. In football, it is a lot of game planning, way more so than in baseball, way more so X's and O's in football. Being a football coach is a lot more technical. There's a lot more in-game decisions that you can prepare for the way that we can't do in baseball. Let me do that totally better. The decisions you have to make in-game in football are way more difficult and cannot be prepared for the way you can for in-game baseball decisions when you line up your bullpen, when you line up your pinch hitters, when you talk about who you're going to intentionally walk, all of the stuff you set up before the game that is set up for the manager, really hard to do that for the head coach in football.
All right. Then when you are hiring,
Mhm.
and I don't think current, and I understand there's only 32 of these jobs, David. I get it. But the coaches with gravitas are a little more particular. Mike Vrabel went to New England. We all know that was a done deal. As far as what Jerry Jones has out there, I don't know how many current head coaches are lining up to work for him. That means he has to go the coordinator route more than likely.
Well, by the way, Robert Kraft is no picnic. So Mike Vrabel made the decision to come back there. It's the devil he knows. It's the power that he wanted with the Titans that he didn't get when he lost the power struggle with the GM. And now he's got the power in New England. Is there a coach out there? Mike McCarthy, by the way, was not a coordinator. He was a Super Bowl winning, experienced coach who went and said, I can work with Jerry. And so, do I think there's another coach out there like that? Of course I do. Coaches want another chance. You think Randy Flores, and I don't think he'll be hired, but Randy Flores, if given an opportunity to coach again, wouldn't take the Dallas job? Of course he would. Now, you're saying he's a coordinator now, but he's quite available. I do think there are head coaches. And by the way, Bill Belichick, you think practicing and working for Robert Kraft wasn't good practice for working for a Jerry Jones? Do I think he'll leave North Carolina? I don't think it's out of the question. If he got the keys to the castle in Dallas, which I don't think Jerry Jones is going to give anyone, but Bill would certainly be a candidate for that.
It's funny, Belichick's tight with Parcells, and Parcells got Jera to agree to leave him alone. He did it for the first 3 of his 4 years, and then in year 4, when they started winning, Jerry all of a sudden started standing on the sidelines again, and Bill said that was the reason that he got up and left. He's David Samson. Nothing personal with David Samson. Is live weekdays, 8 a.m., and then rebroadcast 2 hours later on the DraftKings network. I'm curious what else it is that you're going to discuss today, because you were foaming at the mouth off air before we started.
Well, I thought you were going to talk about some stuff going on in baseball and some stuff going on with Tampa and their situation playing maybe temporarily at Steinbrenner Field. And we found out this week that they're going to try to get the Trop restarted again. And the reality is that the Yankees don't want them playing at Steinbrenner Field for 3 more years. And Tampa's claiming their new stadium won't open until 29. So it's literally 25, 26, 27, 28 where they need a home. And all of a sudden the Rays are saying, hey, if you want to, St. Petersburg, go ahead and spend the money and fix the Trop, because they're not relocating to Raleigh or Montreal or San Antonio or Nashville for a temporary relocation the way the A's did. So there's a lot going on off the field there. I thought you wanted to talk about Sasaki and him telling all teams but the Blue Jays, the Padres, and the Dodgers that he's not signing with them, which means his decision's been made. And what a fascinating thing it is to have the Padres and Dodgers competing over this potential top of the rotation starter. And then you've got the Blue Jays, who become the bridesmaids so often that the fan base is losing their mind, where at some point it's better not to even be involved than to keep losing these free agent bake-offs the way they are. So that's a very big thing that's going to be happening, likely before next Tuesday. I thought maybe you'd want to talk about the Hall of Fame and my relationship with Ichiro, and the fact that we could be a week away from him becoming the first unanimous position player in the history of the Hall of Fame.
We were going to wait a week for that.
He's not worthy of 2 weeks?
No.
Intro?
We've got 12 and a half minutes with you. You want us to double down on Ichiro?
It's the biggest story of the baseball world of the last 5 years.
No.
That may be a little much.
Are you serious?
It's not the biggest story in the baseball world since this segment started. Are you kidding? My
Yeah,
goodness.
no, that's not true. It's been 11 minutes. What's happened in the last 11 minutes that you know of that's bigger than the first Japanese-born player being in the Hall of Fame in baseball?
I'd rather dive into what's a bippy. We all say it. Do we know what it means? It's one of the things we heard growing up. Okay, seriously, what's a bippy?
I always assume that it's something more than a donut and less than $1.
Well, exactly. I know what a blippy is because I've got a 3-year-old granddaughter, but what's a bippy? You'll bet your bippy. Well, what the hell's a bippy?
What are you called as a grandfather?
Grandpa.
I was asked because I may become a grandfather in the next 5 years or so, and I was asked what I want to be called, and I said David. And my daughter got very angry about it.
Wow.
I am not a
Wow.
grandpa.
Well, you're not a grandpa until all of a sudden you're sitting there on the couch and they put the little one in your arms. And then all of a sudden, Mr. Call Me David becomes, oh, look at you, you little bippy.
I'm pretty sure it would be, oh my God, you smell.
Wow. Wow.
The hard truth. Every
Man.
Tuesday, 7 a.m., David Samson.
Man. Unbelievable.
All right, grandpa.
You got to give us your daughter's number. We got to call her and go, so did you call your dad David growing up? How'd that work?
No, I'm dad. I was happy to be a dad. No problem. But being a grandpa is just, it's not for me. I don't want to be a grandpa. I feel like grandpas are old. I'm looking at you differently right now than I was. I was looking at you always as this young, amazing buck who was
You're a
had his
liar.
own show every day.
You're lying
And
sack
now
of
I'm wondering if you have a
bippy.
cane.
Unbelievable.
I'm wondering if you have a cane. That's what he just said.
Unbelievable. You can stop dyeing your hair when you become a grandfather.
I don't dye my hair.
I know.
Gramps.
You and Mark Miller both. Neither one of you is going gray. And I got to admit, it's honking my bippy off.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, God, that was funny. David, the Pistons are over 500 in January for the first time in 7 years.
Wow.
That just went over the air. Whoops. No, it's not. God dang, Mark.
What was it during a Diamond District spot? Hello.
It's one of theirs. I don't care.
Just a little humor.
I know.
We'd show that agency. Yeah.
Ironically, ambient, no. That's usually David's go-to.
Nope. No one cares anymore. That's what you guys have told me. That's what you guys have told me.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan coming up in about 40 minutes' time. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question today. So, Jera and Dion had a long talk yesterday, late afternoon, after Jera publicly said, yeah, I'm not bringing Mike McCarthy back. So he picked up the phone. He called the current University of Colorado coach who played for him, who called Dallas home for many years. And what do you think it is they talked about? Dion described the conversation as, quote, intriguing, but did not say he was leaving for the Cowboys, did not commit to staying full-time at the University of Colorado, but just said when Jera calls and you're done talking with him, you find him and what it is he talks about intriguing. Okay. So we ask you, would you hire Dion to be your head coach?
Pretty close vote early, 55-45 in favor of the no's right now, but a large number of people have jumped on and voted that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
I'm actually surprised that 45% of you are saying yes. And I think by the time we're done, Mark, that you and I, who both voted yes, that I don't know if we'll get 33% of the vote. I think that there's still, and also those that were anti-Dion, I think respect the job he's done at Colorado. He did it a little differently, but listen, the college football world's a little crazy right now, and they go, well, he got the results. I mean, turned 1-11 into 9-3 in 2 years, showing he can recruit. Well, okay, I'll give him that. But the NFL's a different animal. And the pluses that he brings to Colorado, I'm not sure, like David Samson said, all the money that Deion has made for the University of Colorado, he, arguably could argue, is he making the Cowboys a dime?
Probably not. He would for some other franchises, though.
Yeah, I think so.
I think he would put some life into some other franchises, but it's the Cowboys who called him.
And so we just asked the question, would you hire Deion to be your head coach, NFL head coach? I mean, I'm guessing many of you have decided, yeah, I'd hire Deion to be my college coach. He's shown at Jackson State and Colorado he can win, get good players and win. So that's kind of what it's all about. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
The one thing about Deion that most have said is that, one, we all know he can play or could play. So he brings that to the table. But from a coaching standpoint and from a player standpoint, Deion worked hard. He didn't just show up and was great. Deion was a hard worker. By all accounts, he's a very hard worker as a coach. And he can obviously get the message to the college player on how to get to Sunday. Could he give the message to the player on Sunday as to how to win?
If I was interviewing Deion, I would just want to know, so let's talk your staff. Because if you're just going to be a delegator, the leader of men, deal with the media, deal with Jera, and you're going to have your offensive coordinator run the offense and your defense coordinator run the defense, okay, that's fine. Who's your offensive and defensive coordinators? I got to have a lot of faith in the staff you put together. So that would be my question for Deion. And, I think Warren Sapp has more benefit in Boulder coaching the defensive line than he would have in Dallas. I could be totally wrong. A swim move technique's a swim technique, and, Hall of Fame college and pro player. So David, in theory, he's never going to coach anybody who was better than him. He could have the same impact. Okay. But that's what I would want to know. Let's talk staff. Who are you going to get?
And if you were comfortable with the staff, you'd be comfortable hiring him then?
Oh, done. I wouldn't let him leave the office. I literally would not let him leave the office.
But I think an OC and a DC on Sunday is a hell of a lot different than an OC and a DC on Saturday.
Yes. And like Irish Football in our Twitch chat room said, if he said Pat Shurmur's his offensive coordinator. Now, that's interesting. Pat, not a successful head coach with the Giants. Pat had a couple of successful runs as an offensive coordinator. Now, he hasn't called plays on Sundays this decade, though, I don't believe. Pat's run was the first 20 years of this decade. So is Pat just a hidden gem to get back in the pro game, or is, things changed? Can you argue, hey, the college experience will help him because Sundays are incorporating more of Saturdays? That's why, to me, it would be about his staff. We got to talk here. Mark, you're Jera, okay? Deion or Kellen Moore? Who would you hire? Kellen Moore, current offense coordinator of the Eagles. We all know his history in Dallas.
Jared will hire Kellen Moore because he knows him and can trust what he brings. I'd hire Deion if I was comfortable with who the coordinators were. Because Kellen Moore, I don't know if he can lead men. He can be a coordinator. Does that mean he can be a head coach?
Now, you don't have any concerns about Deion being able to lead older men. Because let's
None.
face it, because that's usually one of the big issues of the college guy going to the pro guy up until now, where the college guys are truly professionals. You know, the college coach controls your playing time, this, that, and the other thing more so than the pro coach. It just, you know.
No, because I think Deion would hold them accountable. And that's what it comes down to. I'm not trying to compare the two, but Dan Campbell, who's probably going to get Coach of the Year this year, by all accounts, one of the things about him is, yeah, he's a rah-rah guy and all that, but he holds players accountable. And as a head coach, that's priority number one. Put your staff together and have a room where men are held accountable for their actions. I think Deion would do that. I could be wrong, but I think that he would.
I got to be honest, if Jera's remotely serious about offering Deion, and there's no report saying that he offered him the job or what have you, but don't you believe if they talk a second time that they're heading down that road? Okay, you had the initial conversation, however long it was and what have you, that if there's another phone call, it's going to lead to a job offer. If you're Deion, I mean, isn't this the ultimate, I'm going to make my decision right now whether I'm ever going to be an NFL head coach?
Yes. 100%. Because his name certainly hasn't been out there with other teams. This seems to be, I don't know about a natural fit, but a fit. Because there's a relationship between he and Jera. And that's important for Jera. Jera does not hire too many guys that he doesn't have a previous relationship with.
Well, let's face it, though. Most owners don't. I mean, most people doing the hiring hire people they know. I mean, you know, you and I, we've brought this example up on a much smaller scale, but, you know, when you and I were both living in Southwest Florida, and you still do, you know, the biggest coaching hire that was ever made was the athletic director of FGCU hired a guy he had no connection to whatsoever. He basically hired a resume in Andy Enfield, who took him to the Sweet 16. That's highly unusual.
But these coordinators that are going to get hired don't have great relationships. They're getting hired based on their previous work experience. Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan in 30 minutes time. Download anything you missed, millerandmoulton.com.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, he's never going to hire a GM because he is the GM. But no, I think Jared desperately wants to win again before he dies. Because Jared will take the credit. I mean, he's the GM. He said, I put the players together and I hired the coach. Oh, DC, I'm sure, or excuse me, Wes. Do they talk regularly? No. But I mean, they have each other's number. I mean, they can talk whenever they want. And sure, there are things that Troy has said in which the Cowboys haven't been happy with, but I don't know how you can do that job for 23 years and not honk them off. Unless you're Herb Street. And then, I really don't want to talk about that play call. Oh, okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until Pat Kirwan joins us at the top of the hour to talk all things NFL on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios, Floor Meisters. Just keeping it real. I'm doing so in Scottsdale, where it is clear and 37 degrees this morning, as opposed to where Mark is, where it is, mostly sunny and what, nearly 70 at this hour?
Still only 68, David.
Oh, man. That's a bummer.
Going to be a wonderful day. High is just 72 today. Not going to get very warm. Going to be a beautiful day.
Not going to get very warm, he says.
Well, 72 is not very warm.
I understand that. I understand it is mid-January, but yeah, it's probably a few degrees below normal. I remember. I've been gone that long. I remember. I do. I'm just a little bitter. I got to be honest. Okay. I'm able to do snow angels. Okay. I did it. That's it. I'd like to go back to shorts and flip-flops. I really would, as soon as humanly possible.
I understand. A couple of texts came in. I'll read this one. Deion, with his personality and the way he coaches in college, will not work in the NFL. He cannot walk into the room and say, most of you are not going to be here, and transfer kids. And the way he treated at Colorado, he cannot treat NFL players that way. And besides, he would want both his kids to be drafted on the team he coaches. Another texter says, the elephant in the room. What do you do with Dak? He's going to want Shador.
Well, I mean, first off, if Deion wanted to absolutely positively coach his kid, then, wouldn't he have been lobbying for an NFL job here? Now, there was a report that he was interested in the Raiders, and the Raiders weren't interested in him, but that was one report by one media outlet. Wasn't picked up by and it was a local report at that, from the Las Vegas Journal. So, I mean, come on. It was a dream to be able to coach his son in college. It's unrealistic to think that you can coach your son in the NFL. It just is.
And we'll see if that keeps him at Colorado.
Yeah. I asked you this earlier, though. How desirable is the Cowboys' job? So there are 6 vacancies. Is it better than the Jets?
Yes.
Is it better than the Saints?
Yes.
Okay. Is it better than Vegas?
Yes. They don't have a quarterback.
Well, but they're in position to get one potentially. So, just take it all into account. Potentially, right. But they don't have one now. No doubt.
They don't have one now. And where are they drafting? They're drafting 6th.
Right. So, but yeah, I think we'd all agree it's better than Vegas. Okay. Better than Jacksonville.
Push. Jacksonville's got a quarterback there in an easier division. You don't have Jera.
No, you don't. Although it's not like Jera fires coaches.
Right.
I mean, he gives you time. He gave Mike McCarthy all 5 years of his contract. Hell, he gave Dave Campo 3 years, for goodness sakes. All right. Cowboys or Bears? Which job would you rather have?
Cowboys. I'd rather work for an owner that cares than one that doesn't seem to know what he's doing. And they go through coaches like Chicklets in Chicago. There's no guarantee you're going to have that job in 2 years. There's not.
Well, I could argue you'll get 2 years. I just don't know if you'll get 3, but okay. So of the 6 jobs that are left, including the Cowboys, you'd rank it either first or tied for first.
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
That's more of a state about what the other jobs that are available are out there, because I don't know if I'd want the Cowboys job, but I'd want it before some of those jobs. Woody Johnson doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He doesn't have a clue. And he's
Well,
now got, what, Spielman and Tannenbaum running the show to pick the coaches? Good luck.
right. I mean, that's the equivalent of the college hiring the search firm. Yes. Woody Johnson hired a search firm. It's
He
called
hired a
McGurk.
website. He didn't even hire a search firm. He hired a website to fire his
Well, they work for a website, but come on now. They've both been general managers in the league. He hired a search firm. Listen, it's happened before where the search firm has nominated that they hire themselves. I mean, Dick Cheney was handling George Bush's search for a vice president, and guess who became vice president? I mean, it's happened before. But by the way, how crazy of a world is it that you think it's a push, and we're not getting any blowback either, that you have the Jaguars and the Cowboys job on the same pedestal?
Am I wrong? I mean, I ranked him. You rank him, David. What job would you want the most? Of the jobs that are available, what is the most desirable job?
The Bears, to me. And I understand that that's flawed. And I cannot refute your ownership. And Kevin Warren scares the hell out of me. I would literally need to, if I can sit down with the McCaskies there and say, can we move him back to the business side? I would like to have a deal, and I want it in writing, by the way. He doesn't get involved in football operations. I deal with Ryan Poles and you, because I'll steamroll Poles, which means basically I'm dealing with the owner. Kevin Warren, get him out of here. Get him out of here. If I got to deal with him, I have no interest in this job.
Mike McCarthy may be able to do that. I don't know how many coordinators that are being interviewed for this job have the gravitas to be able to do that, David.
Well, but
I'm not saying you're wrong.
But desperate times call for desperate measures. The Bears have to be a little desperate here.
Can I ask you a really simple question? Why do you think they're so desperate? They've been doing the same damn thing for 30 years. Why today, 2025? Oh, we're desperate today.
Two reasons. They're really starting to get some bad press and look badly publicly, and they do have egos. Number one. Number two, every other team in the division is enjoying success at certain levels except you. And three, they want money for a new stadium. And it's a lot easier to get what you want when you win. Why do you think Jerry hired Bill Parcells? If you go back, Jerry was trying to get land in a deal to build Jarrah's place. It's also why it was convenient for Jarrah to just handle the business side of the Cowboys while Bill handled the football side. But Jarrah got his deal in place at around 2005, 2006. We were breaking ground. It was going to take 3 years to build the stadium. And guess what? Bill had turned the roster around by then. And by 2006, when they had already broken ground on Jarrah's world, and when the Cowboys were starting to get good again, guess where Jarrah was? I actually think the McCaskies need to start winning. They're asking for a ton of money. They need to start winning.
I don't trust ownership there at all.
I get you.
And Washington turned it around. What did they have? A new owner. I don't trust that ownership group at all to turn things around. They're delusional.
Thank you, Mick Cronin.
Exactly.
How about this? I mean, the Lions didn't change ownership. They changed the point person.
And that's needs to be, that's a big deal. A new voice was, same family, new person.
And she, hired Brad Holmes, who hired Dan Campbell. They brought Chris Spielman in. That was her doing. But remember, they're a year and a half in, and they're losing. Everybody's got the Dan Campbell, we're on the right path. I'm telling you, it's going to, hit soon. She gave that speech a couple of weeks before that. She said, I know it's tough for you guys to trust us. I get it. but I really believe that we have the right people and we're doing the right things. And I think they were 1-5 in their second year, and they would, I think, lose one more game before they turned it around.
And she had patience, something that the Chicago franchise has shown that they have zero patience. They don't have it.
Okay, let's just talk rosters right now. You had to win next year in the division that you're in and everything. Cowboys roster with their cap situation, Bears roster with their cap situation. Bears drafting 10th, by the way.
Dallas drafting 12th. I mean, not
Right.
that big of a
No,
leap from
no.
one to the other.
But I'm just curious. Now, obviously, the Bears are in a tougher division. No question about it. Because there's no Giants in the NFC North. And if there is, their answer is the Bears. But I'm just curious going forward. Like, the Cowboys cap is a mess.
Right, but they have an owner that can kick it down the road, and they can pull a Saints and move money and do what they have to do. I think it's close. I think the Bears roster is slightly better. I mean, I think they underachieved as much as anybody in the league this year. Maybe the Dolphins.
Mark, I guess this is where I'm falling sucker to. And I don't know if this is vanity, ego, or what this is, but deep down in my gut, do you know what happens to you if you can win a little bit in Chicago? A little
Kind
bit.
of like what happens if you win in Dallas.
I don't know. You got to answer to Landry and Jimmy Johnson. You can't win a little bit. You can't win a little bit in Dallas. I mean, that's Mike McCarthy's problem. He couldn't win in January. Okay. Jason Garrett had a winning record, had very few losing seasons. No. You got to win big in Dallas. You don't have to win big in Chicago. Ask Bears fans now how they feel about Lovie Smith. Tell me they wouldn't want to redo that from 12 years ago.
Well, it's what the Bears do. They live in revisionist history.
We're still living off 85.
Yeah, hey, you can take Chicago. When you're asking me to come with you, I'm looking for other jobs. That's all I'm saying.
That's fine. That's fine. Listen, I hear what you're saying about Jerry, but I think Jerry's just as incompetent as the Bears. He just gives much better press. I mean, I'm sorry. I think Jerry's incompetent as a general manager. Now, he's successful as an owner business-wise. But, I mean, the only two times Jerry has had sustained success, really, in the last as owner is when he handed the keys to Jimmy Johnson and he handed the keys to Bill Parcells. And Bill Parcells put that roster together that Wade Phillips had inherited and what have you. Parcells brought in Romo, by the way. And DeMarcus Ware and Jason Witten. And I mean, the Cowboys only win when Jerry gets the hell out of the way.
I actually think they've drafted halfway decently, David. They've screwed up how they keep players. Jerry's problem is when he signs guys and he spends too much money waiting too long.
I know I'm making a mistake. I know. You know what? The Bears are a diva wide receiver to me. They are. I know you're right. I know deep down you're right. I know I should play this safe and I should say the Cowboys' job over. But, man, for goodness sakes, Mitch Trubisky won 12 games, and they were like a year away from giving him a statue. They are so hungry, Mark. They are literally bulldogs foaming at the mouth.
Well, and as we've talked about, the rest of the sports around Chicago are in utter disarray.
Yes.
The White Sox are the worst team in baseball. The Cubs don't have a lot of hope. The Bulls are And the Blackhawks, who thought they were going to be better this year, are one of the worst teams in the National Hockey League, despite having one of the best young talents in the league. Chicago's ripe for a team to get good.
Well, and it's the team in Chicago, too.
Yeah. Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan coming up in around 8 minutes time. to put a cap on wild card weekend as we have the divisional round set.
So do we get a new committee next year for the NFL playoffs? I mean, 5 of the 6 games that we got were just terrible. I mean, we need new, I mean, the Vikings were the Tennessee Vols, right? Highly thought of, and this, that, and the other thing. I mean, come on. Should we have given who was Boise State? Who was SMU? Were the Chargers Boise State?
And Tampa SMU?
Or the Steelers?
The Steelers got blown out.
I think we need a new NFL playoff committee next year. They did not do a good job seeding the teams and giving us good games. Pat Kirwan next. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning.
Morning, Pat.
How are you guys?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Hey, Mark, you up for going to a hockey game tomorrow night?
Yeah, I think I can do that.
Great. Let me know tomorrow if you can.
I will.
All right.
Pat, we love O'Connell. We love him. But you can't go for it on 4th and 2 with a minute 20 to go in the first half, down 17-3. You got to punt.
Yeah. again, who's talking in his ear?
All right, let me ask you this, and we may get to this, but is this Dan Campbell's influence?
No, it's the analytics influence.
Okay.
It's the morons who sit around like nerds and then convince the owner that I know what we should do, and then these coaches listen to these dopes.
And you're
Please
right.
Start firing the analytics guys. That would make me feel better.
The analytics, by the way, said it was a go because I have the analytics right in front of me. Analytics said it was a go.
Yeah, they need to be fired.
I totally.
I
Totally.
say it
Plus-
every day, maybe twice a day.
Plus, they were getting.
is it's the review of the past to predict the future. It's
Right.
a dopey. It's the concept is stupid.
Thank you.
And they haven't gotten. The day is going to come. Hopefully, we're all alive and working, and we can go. Remember when they had analytics? Remember?
Yes, I want analytics to go the way of the metric system.
Like, how about the dinosaur? Let me take it back a little further. Let's make sure it's never coming back. Now, I have so many coaching friends that are really stuck where they have to listen to these idiots because the owner's listening to the idiots. So sad. And let me tell you another thing about analytics. I can show you 4 reports, and I can show you 2 different conclusions.
Well, analytics is just statistics, and you know the old joke about statistics. You stare at them long enough, it tells you what you want it to say.
Absolutely. You don't have to stare long. They can get it right away when they want. But it's absurd, really, in a business of people under stress, in the moment, injuries, everything else. That they can't compute the moment you're in. They can't.
I don't understand it. It's really simple. It's risk versus reward. Okay, you can't tell me the reward to converting that 4th and 2 was anywhere near the risk of not converting it.
No guarantee of points. Points.
No.
Let alone 6.
Yeah. And look, I deal with it. You should hear Cower talk about it, and you should hear, some of the young guys who get it now, because players that are on our show that were recent players, they've heard all this crap, and they're the living examples of it. They know, and it's almost now the players turn against the coaches for doing these things. So what? That's why I'm not in it. Thank God I never went back to it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And it's the 8 a.m. Eastern hour on a Tuesday, so that means Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's moving the chains weekdays 3 to 7. When they stop playing games, well, then the season will be over, so he won't do his Saturday 2 to 5 show then either. But he will keep doing CBS's NFL Today show, at least for a couple more weeks. Pat joining us, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh, and he does so on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Well, the wild card round was a little disappointing, wasn't it?
Well, we did discuss this on Friday. Would you take the wild cards? The guys out in the desert were saying the number was 2.5 wins from the wild cards, and we all said the under. And it was the under. 1 wild card, right? That's it, Washington. So I didn't see Houston winning, and they won. So that was an interesting surprise. And I thought Washington would have a hard time with Tampa. I think we all felt that way. So it's fun to see Washington. But, I heard you guys talking about how to fix the playoffs. I don't think there's a way to fix it. But I like talking about what questions rose out of those games that have to be answered. And the answers to me are Justin Herbert, Sam Darnold, Russell Wilson, and Jordan Love.
Let's start with Justin Herbert, Pat. He was bad. It always had been blamed on the previous coaches. Now they had a coach in there. I understand the talent on the outside, not yet there. There's not a whole lot for him to throw to, but 4 picks, a very poor performance, and unable to get touchdowns early in the game, a couple of field goals that could have given the Chargers a whole different perspective on that game. Your thoughts on Justin Herbert?
I'm glad you started with him because the talent is there, but I'm tired of talking about the talent. For the listeners, he did not run the ball one time. Not once did he cross the line of scrimmage with the ball. He did take 4 sacks, and he did not cross the line of scrimmage with the ball. And I'm telling you, all these guys, and he has the athletic dimension to do it. And he has run very well in the past. So when I saw that he didn't do it, got sacked 4 times, threw all the picks, he had a lousy game. But in my mind, and this holds up for guys like Carr down in New Orleans, you got to force them to run. And sometimes you got to call the quarterback draw, the quarterback sweep, and make them. And I'm not talking about a pass run option. I'm talking about a run option. And show the defense that this guy's run dimension is part of the game plan. And it never was. So I'll blame him for a lot of bad mistakes, but I'll blame the coaches, honestly, for not presenting to that defense, my guy will run, and they didn't do it.
By the way, how much of a stat on a quarterback do you believe is a playoff wins and losses? Because we attribute it to the coaches. The coaches, they have to live with the 1-loss record. All right. But how much of that do you put on a quarterback? Because now, obviously, going forward, Justin Herbert is 0-2. He's lost 2 playoff games in very different ways. We saw this. Peyton Manning, remember, for the longest time, he started 0-3 in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
How much is winning and losing to you a quarterback stat?
Well, I got to look at it closely every time. And, I can blame Justin Herbert on this one. But there are times that these guys that lose really played well enough to win, and it wasn't on them. It could have been there's a lot of dimensions that come into it. So I think to look just flat out at their postseason record is not doing justice to the question, because there are times now Justin Herbert, his 2 losses are not good, but there are times I see a guy lose. Look, I did not mention Nix in this little list of quarterbacks that really provoke questions after this round, the wild card. He's going to be fine. But I'm not so sure about my friend Jordan Love. Now, people want to say he played with a bad elbow. Go ahead. That guy is a little too cavalier for me in the way he plays. So I think he's not going to win until he refines his game. Sam Darnold, he took 2 major steps backwards where the game is on him now. Blitz, blitz, blitz. Get in his face, and he'll do something bad.
We all love Baker Mayfield, and Baker had some nice throws. And the last exchange, the center already took blame for, but that fumble back in his own end, that's on Baker. And sometimes with Baker, you get that. That's going to be a tough way to end the season for Tampa Bay.
It is tough for them. They played such good defense, and Baker played great all year. I have a real problem calling a jet sweep down there. Honestly, it's such a synchronized play, and you're trying to do a handoff at full speed, and I would never run that play down there.
Yep, and even highly thought of offensive coordinators call bad plays. Steve Sarkisian's living with his 2nd and 1 play call in the national semifinal, and sometimes really talented people make the wrong call at the wrong time. All right, is Russell Wilson done, or are the Steelers offensively so flawed that you can't hold it against Russ?
Well, let's start at the end of this and go backwards. Where do the Steelers turn for a quarterback? And if you say Justin Fields, I might have to get off and laugh for a half hour. He hasn't proven he can do anything. But where do you go? Now, Russell's free. And I guess the answer to your question, David, is who might be interested in him? Because there are teams that are stuck in bad places where he might be the bridge quarterback to the draft picks availability. Is he better than anyone at the Raiders, for example? Yeah. That doesn't make him good, just makes him better than what they have. So he'll get work if he wants work. Will Pittsburgh bring him back? The fans will go crazy, but I ask every Steeler fan who calls the show who hates Russ, tell me where you're moving. And they all say, Justin. I go, really? That guy has never done anything. The Bears couldn't wait to get rid of him. Well, they ruined him first, and they never taught him to be a quarterback. So I don't think there's a lot of places to turn right now if you need a quarterback and if Russell's name is out there. He won't get paid a lot of money, but he's going to be somebody's starting quarterback.
Kirk Cousins or Russell Wilson? Who would you hire?
Russell Wilson. And I'll tell you why, because I love Kirk, but I think it's done. And he can't move. Not that he could, but he used to be able to get rid of the ball better. He's not a mobile guy. Russ is not as mobile as he was, but he's significantly more mobile than Cousins. And we all believe, at least I can't speak for you guys, but they waited too long to bench him. And they could have benched him at halftime in at least 2 games and brought him back as the starter the next week, but they didn't do it. And then they really fell apart over doing what they did. So we know it's over. Well, he can stay for $27 million. He's an expensive backup now. I don't know if his mindset's really good for that. That's the other thing when you're looking for backup guys. You got to have the mindset for it. Otherwise, you could be a negative force. You could start whispering to the press, yeah, they should be playing me. This kid doesn't know what he's doing. I've seen that before.
Well, if Russell Wilson, you think will have a starting job next year just because of the numbers game, that there aren't enough competent quarterbacks, for the 32 teams, don't you think Sam Darnold will have a starting job next year? It'll just be for a lot less money than we thought he was going to make 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, I think he'll be in Minnesota for a lot less money.
Really?
Well, because he's trained in their system, which I'm not a big fan of the system garbage, but Jim sure is. You just play to your quarterback strengths. If the only thing you know is one system, then you shouldn't be coaching. You got to be like Ron Earhart. Evaluate the quarterback, do what you can. They're waiting now. All of a sudden, they can't wait for the return of McCarthy, who's unproven. So to me, it's just Sam Darnold as a bridge quarterback. That's what he became overnight. Well, over 2 weeks.
All right. Mike McCarthy out in Dallas. And he's going to get a job somewhere, or at least so it appears, as a free agent.
Yeah.
If I'm the head coach in Minnesota, I'm paying attention to what goes on for the free, because coaches don't become free agents, Pat. They get fired, but their contracts typically don't run out. If I'm O'Connell, I'm kind of paying attention to what McCarthy's doing, because free agency could be around the corner for me. And I don't know how soon I want to sign with Minnesota because they've let me hang.
Yeah. If I'm him, I think he's good enough to go in for his agent should be enforcing the issue. Look, Mike knew all along he was going to get a low ball offer. And I promise you, his agent, Don Yee, he switched to Don. Don is a terrific agent. There's no way Don Yee, even if he's living in China now, wherever he was recently, I was trying to find him, I couldn't. I don't think that they were sitting around on their hands here waiting for this day. They knew all along it was coming. There was a piece. If you watched Mike for the last month, very engaging with his players. He looked so relaxed. He was mad earlier in September when he got told we're not going to give you an extension. But I think by the time he got to the end of the season, he knew I'm not coming back. I am not taking a 2-year deal or some lousy 3-year deal that's really a 2. Nope. And I think his agent's already got some more than feelers out there about where he could go. So his options are in front of him, and he knows it. I'd be shocked if he doesn't take a really good job.
We got about a minute or so before our break. How desirable is the Cowboys' job? Troy Aikman, of all people, yesterday said it's noteworthy, but I don't know how desirable it is.
Well, to me, it's the mystique of being a Cowboy coach is kind of gone. I mean, the guys that are good, every coordinator who gets offered that job would take it.
Of course.
We get it. But those guys they're not even really fully aware of being subject to Jerry, but they'd take the job. But a real smart guy that knows and has been there and has won somewhere, I think they'd look twice at that job. Now, if you get stuck with that one versus, I don't know, the Raider job. You might say they got more personnel and they're closer to being okay, but you could talk yourself into it. But I think the smart guys are not looking at that job as the job of all jobs. I think they've seen it a lot differently now than they did 10 years ago.
I'm not sure what job that's out there is the job of all jobs, Pat. I mean, there
I'm
are
with you.
flaws with every single one of them.
Yeah. And so I talk to guys that are interested in getting a head coaching job a lot. And a lot of them like the Jacksonville job. I think it's a bit naive. I think they like it because they don't think the division's any good. So which one gets you to the top, which keeps your job? Where's your job security? I think the guys I know kind of like the owner in Jacksonville. They look at the division and go, what's so good about this division? So I think, and maybe they can talk themselves into the quarterback, which I always remind them, be careful of doing that. But I think they do look at it, Mark, like, that might, of all these things, this might be the one.
Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio and CBS's NFL Today Show. More with Pat on the other side.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You can tell Pat's back down here and the weather's turned because I can hear the birds in the background.
Yeah, that's right, my friend. And the Osprey had her babies, and she's screaming, usually in the afternoon, for someone to go get a fish. It's really amazing.
I told David this story a few weeks ago. I'm driving down Three Oaks, and I kind of look, and I see a bald eagle flying almost parallel with my car. And I'm like, I'll be damned. And I'm watching it. It's going lower and lower. Thing swoops down, grabs a rabbit, and goes back up. I'm like, it was one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
I love when I see we got eagles up at the lake house. And I say this all the time. I have never seen the eagle. Usually comes at 4 p.m, somewhere around there. I'm on the radio. I always see the eagle. But that eagle has never swept down on the lake and not getting a fish. There's no way that fish is going to live. It's unbelievable how great they are at capturing whatever they're looking for. I tell you, my son-in-law has a drone. There was an eagle at the top of a tree at the top of a big hill, and we could see him with our binoculars. He took his drone out, and he drove the drone straight up, and he got face-to-face with the eagle. The eagle didn't move. The drone didn't move, and they just looked at each other for a while.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. He's in the military. He said, yeah, we have to sneak up on stuff. I'm really good at this. Oh man, are you done now, David? Or you got a game? I can't.
Kansas City. I got
Oh,
one more.
speaking about that, I know you were surprised we got the Baltimore Buffalo game.
Well, here's what surprised me. This is the first time that you guys during this whole Chiefs run had the choice of a Chiefs game and didn't want to take it. Now, I agree with you, but I mean, Nance and Romo, put on the chapstick and the knee pads for the Chiefs. So I just thought that, you guys would take the Chiefs because that's what you do.
I know. Did you hear? I don't know if you were listening. Romo, while doing the game the other day,
I know.
he said it. I hope we get this game next week. Jim started laughing. He started politicking for it right on the show. Nope. I'm pretty fired up about it. I'm happy we got it because it's a really good game.
Yes, it is.
Well, not only that, you got the best time slot, too. So you got the best game and the best time slot. I mean, it should do a monster.
Yeah, it will. It's funny, though, about that subject. Like the guy who sells our ads, the second game of the day is always a half-hour pregame show that no one's watching, especially if the first game goes late. So you don't sell as much advertising on the pregame show. When we have this past week, we had the 1 hour show in front of our two games. They sell a shitload of commercials for that now. But
yeah, but do you know how much more money they can now charge because they have the 6:30 Sunday game versus the 4:30 Saturday game?
Yes, I do. I hope some of it trickles down. I got another year on my deal with those guys anyway.
Yeah, you can always walk away.
I can. I've been trying to walk away for 5 years.
Well, you have to stop talking to Cower every day.
I do, and I have Cower at 9:00 today.
Exactly.
His first question will not be the games. Hey, you're good for next year, right? I think I might have to do a private deal with him so I can just talk to him on Tuesdays and Thursdays and do nothing else. I got to tell you, I really, really enjoy Matt Ryan. That guy, there's a lot to him, and he's tenacious. He's just letting it all go now, which has been fun to watch his growth in 1 year. The best thing that happened to him is that he did games first, and he didn't like the games as much as he likes the studio. So often they go to the studio first, and they think they want games. And he fixed his. I don't think he'd ever go back to games. Ba-da-da-bum.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, which is weekdays 3 to 7, CBS's NFL Today show. And CBS has a decent game Sunday night. Ravens, Bills. Baltimore now a 1-point favorite in most places. Wow. What a disrespect for the Bills. They'll play that card. We'll get to that, however, on Friday. Pat joining us courtesy of Pinchers and doing so on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. You have to say it. We said it off air, so the Twitch people have already heard this, but, Kevin O'Connell, and we love him, but come on. It's down 17-3, minute 20 to go in the half, 4th and 2 at midfield. You're getting the second half kickoff. What are you doing going for it? I mean, seriously, Pat, does somebody need to just embarrass these guys out loud and say it's okay to punt, it's okay to kick field goals, stop it already?
Yeah, it's I can blame analytics in a minute, but you don't have to listen to analytics. And I know you had an analytics report with you, and it said go for it.
It did.
Yeah, and I'd be careful about listening to that stuff. The present moment the game is in has little to do with the past. You've got to be analyzing your players. You got to be analyzing the moment. You got a lot of things to decide that are current. And all analytics is the study of the past to predict the present. And I'd be careful about too much of that stuff. Because otherwise we'd have robots coaching these games. You wouldn't need people. You'd just go with the report and the computer would tell you what to do and you do it. So we don't want that. And it doesn't work. So I think you got to take a look. I wish they'd start firing some analytics group people. I think if they were held accountable like the coaches are, they might be a little more careful to make decisions on paper that maybe the owner's reading and wondering why you're not following the report. So kind of frustrates me. I had a great conversation with Bill Cowher and Pete Carroll on air, and they talked about this subject. And both of them were like, and they're defensive-minded head coaches. Those guys are like, it's okay to punt. It's okay to put a team back deep in their own territory and force them to make a mistake. It was fun to hear two coaches. And they read the reports. They use some of the stuff, but they don't use it all. And I think for some of the guys in this league, especially the offensive-minded head coaches, it's like a foreign language to hear a coach go, it's okay to punt. They don't like losing possession of the ball. So when you get obsessed with possession of the ball and not field level stuff where you're going to be down and create long fields for the opponent and create maybe stress on them, I'm with you. I thought I was disappointed in the call, but it's not going to end his career. He's a very good coach. He's done a very nice job, and he'll get a big raise someday. And half this league would fire their coach to get their hands on him.
Pat, just back to the analytics part of it. The analytics are almost a regular season number. And when I look at the playoff games, if I could be wrong here, but 5 of the 6 games were unders. Defense is at a premium in the postseason, and they don't account for that with analytics, do they?
I don't think they do. It's a very good point by you. Players and coaches, and let me speak to that for a second, the postseason mentality. I think it's a whole different world, and you don't have a lot of data on that if you're trying to create reports. So your sample size is too small to really have concrete answers. But just look at the running games. Mixon 106, Henry 186, Cook 120, Barkley 119. How much do they think the run game? How much can they integrate their information into understanding how the run game works? So I think things do change. I think the pressure's different. And people think it's always on the players. I can tell you coaches feel the pressure of the moment. Sometimes their own decision-making wavers a bit, and they have a hard time making the right calls. So all that stuff is part of it, and I think the sample size really would scare me to think you have a report that tells me what postseason's like. Good point, Mark.
More surprising to you, the Steelers finishing the season losing 5 in a row and really in 4 of the 5 looking bad, or the Vikings last 10 days?
The Steelers. Now, we could go all the way back to the summer, and we were, debating the Steelers being good enough. There were, I know we remember this, early August when all the procrastinate, the guys were going to come out and tell us who's going to win. They were picked to come last by a lot of people. Last.
That's where I had them.
I had them with 7 wins.
Yeah, and so they rose above our expectations. And they had a good year, and we started thinking, the Steelers are back, me included for sure. The schedule down the stretch, I know you look at schedules, David, like crazy.
Well, we harped on it for 4 months, Pat. May through Labor Day, we just said the Steelers' closing schedule is the toughest 8-game stretch in the history of the league.
Right. So Murderers Row showed up, and they succumbed to it. What happened because of that was doubt set in. For sure. And notice I didn't read out their running back's name. So they hired a guy as the OC, like Arthur a lot, who's a run guy. And they wanted to be returned to the glory days of running the ball. And they stuck to it as long as they could. But sooner or later, they knew that their opponents were going to score points, and they had to start throwing the ball more. And then there was some, Pickens. What about that month of weirdness by Pickens? besides dropping balls, he was also acting bizarre and he was injured. So I don't know. There's a lot of work that has to be done there. And there's an age issue now. On the young side, the offensive line. On the old side, the defensive line. So they got things to do. And it could be a while before they rebound. And I don't know. There's going to be an overhaul there somehow. You asked me last week about that. You guys, what's going to happen? And I don't think Mike Tomlin's going anywhere. But, man, there are a lot of people in Pittsburgh who'd like to see him traded.
Yes, there are, Pat. There's no doubt there. And, you didn't mention the running back for a reason because Najee Harris hasn't been any good this year. He's
really the 3 yards in a cloud of dust. He's a good physical, tough guy, but he doesn't have breakaway speed. And a lot of people would like to see the other kid on the field a lot more. So, well, look, they didn't franchise tag him, Najee. So I think we're going to see probably him leaving. You can't keep paying guys like that.
Is this a fair conclusion to come to going forward? There was a time when you could invest heavily on the defensive side. No organization has invested in the last 7 years more money on the defensive side of the ball than the Steelers. They don't have a playoff win to show for it. The Rams have the cheapest defense in the league. Are we now at the point where you need defense to win, but you can't be a defensive team and win?
Well, I don't know that I'd ever go that far. And that might be just my old-fashioned attitude about playing defense. I'll use Kansas City to answer your question. Where would they be without Spag's defense?
No, I got you.
They wouldn't be 15-2, Pat.
That's right. And
but
I think if they don't show up in the playoffs, I think they'll handle Houston. But if they have to play the next game against the winner of the Buffalo-Baltimore game, their defense better be there.
We got 30 seconds, but they let the high-price corner go. They traded him to Tennessee. They let the safety, big-name guy, he was going to command $10+ million. They let him go. Okay, they're only paying one guy on that side of the ball.
Yep. Speaking of that, and I know we're out of time, the teams that had the buys, they are getting healthy. We may see Arnold back. Zeitler should be able to go. Montgomery's going to be able to go. Chris Jones and his calf will go. Pacheco's probably going to go. That buy is really valuable. And who's better than Andy Reid off a buy, David?
In the history of the league.
Nobody.
That would be nobody. He's Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, 3 to 7 weekdays. And CBS's NFL Today show. Pat joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Pat, enjoy your week. We'll talk to you on Friday to preview the divisional round here on Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that quite frankly saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
But Irish football, every team who came off the bye was an underdog in the game, even though they had the better seeding. They were all betting underdogs in the game. Plus, in college, everybody had a bye. You know, it was just a matter of if you had 2 weeks off or 3. So now it is interesting. The Chiefs haven't played their regulars since Christmas Day. That they want to interview him? Sure. I buy that.
How about that? The agency from the Diamond District just called.
Hey. It's like they were watching on Twitch.
Right. And I don't ever take calls during the show, but that one I thought I would take. I'll call you at 10.
Well, remember, only my first day. Pat was just talking about getting guys back. So in that case, the bye is helpful. A bunch of people who probably would not have been able to play in the wild card round will be able to play. Irish football, I would argue Notre Dame now, because you can literally openly pay for players. Not a lot of schools, if they want to, going to have more money in Notre Dame. No, Spitz, because one team won 10 games and the other won 15. That's why the line is what it is.
It really depends on what you want, Irish football. If your dream's to get to the NFL, then you take the NFL job.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the Diamond District bonus hour gets underway. Final segment of the show in Charlotte County and surrounding areas, Lake City and surrounding areas. In the 239 and the 904. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So just had Pat Kirwan for a couple segments. It always gets the people riled up, engaged.
Gets you riled up because you two are anti-analytic people. And you two just bark at one another about the negatives of analytics.
Yeah, I'd like to refute what you just said in some way, shape, or form, but here's my biggest problem. It needs to be renamed. Don't call it analytics. What if every time that there was a decision to be made by the coach, that the play-by-play announcer just said, well, the risk reward, and the computer says you should risk it. I mean, if you had 2 seconds to stare at Kevin O'Connell right in the eyes and go, 4th and 2, risk versus reward. And he goes, I want to go for it. And that's when you go, you mean to tell me converting this 4th down is a bigger reward than the risk of not converting it? No way. And that's why you punt. Not because you don't think you have a play that can convert the 4th and 2, but what if Justin Jefferson's feet get tangled with the corner? And that's where you wanted to go. And now you got to pull the ball down. And when you do, 2 defensive linemen are in your grill. And now all of a sudden, you've turned the ball over on downs on the 43-yard line. Really? Oh, by the way, and you're getting the second half kickoff. Punt. Well, get out of the half.
And David, here's the other part of that and why I'm in total agreement with you on this particular one and most of these. What was the reward? What was the reward? Because it wasn't 6 points. It wasn't even 3 points at that point. It was a first down.
Correct.
There are no guarantees that they get 6 out of that drive.
I know you're thinking we convert this, not one more first down, we're in field goal range. Right. But you're exactly right, Mark. Converting the 4th and 2 did not put you in field goal range unless you were willing to throw a 15-yard pass. Minimum.
But the 2 yards didn't put you in field goal range. You had to get another first down, more than likely to put yourself in field goal range.
And this is
the whole story. Sorry, David, but the whole story of he knew he needed points. That's why you know you're getting the second half kickoff.
And I would argue,
give up any points, and we're going to start the second half with the ball. We're going to get our points there. We're going to close it to a 1-score game. Then we're on our way.
And I would argue to those that said, well, he knew he needed points. No, he wanted points. There's a half a game to be played. It's 2 touchdowns. I'm sorry. The risk reward was not there. It wasn't. It was not there. You can't say it was.
Advance it 1 quarter. David and I are both on your side. At least I am. You give me that same play down with that score, and we're in the 3rd quarter when you're not getting the ball out of halftime and you're down 2 scores with just over 15 minutes to play. Well, then it makes more sense.
Hell, I thought he should have gone for it when Darnold took the big sack and it was 4th and 22 near midfield. And there was like 10 minutes to go in the game and they were down 18 points. I'm like, well, at this point, you might as well go for it. Punting the ball and losing 2.5 more minutes off the clock. I don't see how that's going to help you here. I mean, if they're going to get the ball back, who cares where they get it back at this point? And yeah, I get it. Trust me. Nobody, ask Gary, ask Troy, nobody whispers in their ear or writes down on a card more than final possession of the half, get the second half kickoff. I mean, Troy tells me to shut up. He's so tired of hearing it. Okay, I get it. O'Connell's thinking we're going to score, cut it to 17-10. We're going to get the second half kickoff. We're going to tie this game up. I get it. I don't know what to tell you. It was 4th and 2. You're not even at midfield.
But that's the whole point that I'm upset with about this, David, is that everybody assumes if they get that 4th and 2, that it's going to be 17-10.
Right.
Where the hell is that thinking? They were at midfield.
Also,
against the defense that stopped them for the entire first half.
Also, had you watched the last hour and 15 minutes, they'd crossed midfield once. I mean, I guess the folks that are arguing that I agree with the call. So you mean to tell me when it's 4th and 2 and they're going for it, that you didn't sit there and go, oh, wow, the game's kind of on the line here? That you didn't go, oh, wow, this is a big risk. I mean, really? That never entered in the equation? Because I did. I mean, I'll tell you exactly what I said in Troy's ear. I go, he's risking the game right here. That's exactly what I said in Troy's ear. Now, Troy, didn't say it. Okay. But, it's my job to throw in my 2 cents. And I told him, the game's on the line right here.
And what was the risk? The risk was not converting, giving them the ball shot at midfield, and then, worst case scenario, the Rams pounded in. So instead of punting, 17-3 down at the half, getting the ball, you're now down 24-3 at the half. That was the risk. That was worth 2 yards. That was worth the reward. I don't think so.
I actually thought McVay, the Rams had 1 timeout. They burned 2 timeouts in the first quarter. Rams had 1 timeout left. I thought McVay, after the 3rd down play, when they cut it to 4th and 2, I thought McVay should have called timeout and to put even more pressure on the Vikings. Kind of like, yeah, you go for it here and don't convert. I got all that time on the clock. I mean, the Vikings burned some time before they snapped the ball. I just, hey, agree to disagree. I thought it was a horrible decision. I thought it was a horrible decision if they converted it, went down and scored. I would have said, well, I never would have taken that risk. No way.
And you're virtually, by where you gave the ball up, you're giving up points.
Yes. I mean, had you watched the first half, I mean, the Rams had moved the ball every drive but one that they had possession in the first half. I mean, did anybody watching the game when Darnold got sacked on 4th and 2 and the Rams took over on the 43, did anybody think, wow, they'll be lucky to come away with points here? Or did anybody go, oh, it's just a matter of, is it 3 or 7?
Yeah, I was thinking the Vikings will be lucky to hold them to 3, David.
And by the way, Flores started blitzing like crazy. The only 2 7-man blitzes he did all night, he did after they turned the ball over on downs there. And we said going into the game, by the way, this is a bad matchup for Flores. Matthew Stafford's seen every blitz. This is a bad, and he's got a quick release and a strong arm. This was a bad matchup for the Vikings defense.
And Stafford fell in love with his tight end again last night. Higbee in the first half was tremendous.
Till he got hurt.
That's where he was going.
Yep. 4 different tight ends caught passes for the Rams in the first half last night. Now, Sean McVay, pretty good coach. All right, teacher student last night. I mean, pretty good coach.
And hey, let's give it up for Miller and Moulton. There's been a trend on this show for the better part of 18 years. When Miller and Moulton both pick the same team, you go the other way.
Right. Hide.
Last night, we both took the Super Bowl winning quarterback over Sam Darnold. Got that one right. Even a black squirrel finds a nut, David.
That's right. Now, granted, listen, I'm more conservative. I'm more conservative than Mark when it comes to play calling. I am. And I'm sure, you know what? It might, my teams might never get, I might be Marty Schottenheimer. My teams might never get over the hump. You know, I'm not bold enough, not risk-taking enough. Okay. But I would not have run a jet sweep on my own 15-yard line if I was the Bucs. No. We're running the ball in between the tackles. I don't even want to toss right now. I want the ball shoved in the gut and not a timing play either.
That's why you have a Bucky Irving, David. That's why he was I believe, if not the league leader, one of the league leaders in yards after contact. That's why you have him. That's why you've transformed your offensive line into a running offensive line. But that call and the botched snap late in the game
will
haunt the Bucs the entire offseason.
Right. Bad execution by Baker and the boys. You know, the first one on Baker and the second one on the boys, but also the offensive coordinator. Coaching's important. I don't think there's a show in the country, maybe 2 or 3 others, honestly, that talk about the importance of coaching and decision-making more than us. We believe it matters. It really matters.
So now we start moving ahead to the next round. How much will coaching matter in the divisional round? Elite guys there.
By the way, it should be noted, and I get it that 5 home teams won of the 6 games, but 3 underdogs did win because the 2 4 seeds were home dogs. In one case, the Rams weren't even playing at home, and Houston was a 3-point dog at home, and we know Washington was about a 3.5-point road dog. So we did have 3 quote-unquote upsets out of the 6 games, but we only had 1 road team win.
I believe the smallest of all the point spreads in all of the games as well. The 2 big spreads were won convincingly because they both Buffalo and Baltimore covered, as did the Eagles. And those games were all 6 or more as far as the number went.
Now, what's interesting is that home dogs went 2-0 in the wild card round. And right now the Bills are a home dog. Now, the smallest home dog you can be, but the money is all over the Ravens right now.
That's a substantial, that line moved 2 points in a day, David. That's the kind of money that came on Baltimore right off the hop. I think this will settle at a pick'em by the time it's all said and done. I think when this kicks, it's going to be a pick'em.
Pay attention to the forecast, too. It's Sunday night in Buffalo. They're already talking about lake effect.
Oh, that won't draw a number, will it? Josh, Lamar, and snow? Are you kidding me?
And Derrick Henry in snow? Right. It'd be monster. They could do 40 million. Easy.
Chiefs are an 8-point favorite. The Lions a 9.5-point favorite. The Eagles are a 6-point favorite. And right now, the Baltimore Ravens are a 1-point favorite in the divisional round.
And we're back to 6 NFL head coaching vacancies with Mike McCarthy not being brought back in Dallas. Rank the jobs: Cowboys, Jags, Bears, Raiders, Jets, Saints. If you're Aaron Glenn, could you turn one of them down?
Yes.
You could. You've never been a head coach And let's talk the truth of truths. It's harder to be a person of color and get one of these jobs than it is to be a white coordinator. And it's harder to be a defensive coordinator and get one of these jobs than it is an offensive coordinator.
But if you're setting yourself up to fail, will you ever get a job again? After your 3-year stint with whomever, where are you going to turn the Saints around in 3 years? Because I don't think so.
Oh, I don't think so either. I'd want a 6-year contract there, and I'd want to tear it down. Stop kicking the can. Miller and Moulton. The Diamond District bonus hour awaits. Thanks for listening, Miller and Moulton.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
They lose. They get compensatory picks, if they're people of color. And the same with coordinators, I believe, becoming head coaches. And they don't get the picks from the team that's signing them. They are just awarded a compensatory pick. So it's at the end of the rounds. That was the NFL's way of further just trying to have the Rooney Rule create more hirings. Irish football, I definitely thought at the time it deserved. I mean, you couldn't even get an interview really if you were black. I mean, and it needed to be publicly brought up and shamed and all that.
Time to get out today?
Not till late. I'm actually going to go back to sleep after the show. I don't leave till almost 3:30 Eastern.
Oh, God.
It's not easy. The traffic can be really bad around the Phoenix airport. And so I'm also trying to give myself more rest.
Good. That's smart.
Now, if it was a direct flight home, would I push it? No.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour. Fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton in the 239 and the 904. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So we're down to the Elite Eight, if you will, in the NFL, the divisional round. And we only got one good game in the wild card round. Only 1 out of 6 would we consider to be a good game. How many of the next 4 will be good games? Technically, we got 3 upsets, but we only had 1 road team winning. How many road teams will win in the divisional round?
This is your favorite weekend of the NFL year, isn't it, David?
It is, although I have to admit, sometimes the divide is still pretty significant. You know, like the Washington story is cute. It is. It's fun. It's awesome. You and I were on the Daniels bandwagon in the summer. In fact, we were on it
we were on it in the winter. Yeah. That was our guy going into the draft. I mean, you and I, and even before Pat, I don't want to say joined us. Pat agreed with us when we told him who we liked at quarterback.
Yeah, we were Jaden Daniels guys over Caleb Williams. We were on the record. I even said it on Pat's show on Sirius XM and got destroyed for it. Yeah. Okay. For 1 year, we're right. It's a year. You know, we'll see. Hope he stays healthy. But this is usually where the cute, overachieving story comes to a crashing end. You know, the Giants 2 years ago in the divisional round. I mean, what the Eagles beat them by? 38-3, something like that. You know, Yeah, you were a 9-win team. That was cute. Nice performance last week. It's the heavyweight division. You're not close. The Texans last year. Fun story. They walked Cleveland at home. Yeah, they went to Baltimore in the second round. That didn't go well. And now here we are a year later. How much better equipped are they to face the Chiefs?
I would actually say they're less equipped because their receiving core is banged up. And I know Diggs was an addition from a year ago, but Dell wasn't. And I'm still stunned at the way they put up points against the Chargers. Now, we all think the Chiefs have a better defense than the Chargers.
Because they do.
But I'm just curious where and how Houston's going to be able to score against Kansas City.
So I'm curious, do we get a game on Saturday?
Vegas is saying no, by the way. 8 points in the Kansas City Texans game, 9.5 with Detroit and Washington.
Now we all know there's different ways to cover. You can pretty much know at halftime, like last night. Well, this one's over. Or, listen, even at halftime of Buffalo, Denver. I mean, you were thinking, wow, if the kid had made the field goal, we would have been tied, and Denver's hung in there. Now, we got a few minutes into the third quarter, and we're like, oh, okay, all right, yeah. We're stepping up a weight class now. The adults are getting serious. But it was a game at the half. Mark, I would take a half. And not just for selfish reasons because I'm going to be there. Honestly, I would take a half from the Texans. I really would. 14-10 Chiefs. Yeah, okay, sign me up right now. Second half kickoff.
You got a barbecue place in mind to watch the Lions Commander in Kansas City?
I got to figure out where we're staying. I haven't gotten that yet. Make arrangements accordingly.
Because that could be a joyous second half for you.
Well, you have to figure it's going to be, every place will be packed because they will have gone to watch the game and they're still hanging out.
But by halftime, they will have left. By the time you get home or, back to the hotel and get out of there, we're mid-first quarter of that game already. So I think you're walking in to a virtually empty restaurant, and should the Chiefs have won, everybody's going to be in a good mood. And you can just say, bring me the meat plate. What kind of meat? No. I want the meat plate. I want it all. I want the sausage. I want the brisket. I want the pork. I want everything.
Wow. You're getting me a lot more excited for this road trip than I was 2 minutes ago. Let me tell you.
I wish I would have had the same love for barbecue when I was 22 traveling in the International Hockey League, or 23, as I do now. Because there are a lot of cities that I've been to that I would see a hockey rink in a hotel, and that was it. And I look back on that with such regret of not doing more in the cities. As I got a little older, I started doing a little more, and it was mostly in the Southeast. And every once in a while, if I had a car, I'd go see a Civil War monument or a Civil War battle site, or just go see something. So I felt like my trip wasn't the hotel, a bus, and a dive bar where I played Golden Tee for 6 hours. So I'm encouraging you to get out and get some barbecue for that second half of the Lions Commanders game.
Now, Mark, I appreciate the pep talk, but it doesn't take much to get me to go out and eat. It really doesn't.
I know. But David, let's be honest here. If you were with the wrong company or just by yourself, you might say, oh, there's a McDonald's across the street. I can just go get my quarter pounder with cheese, come back, sit in my bed, and watch the game. And you'd be perfectly happy with a number 3 and a double cheeseburger on the side. I'm trying to get you to venture out a little bit.
Well, fortunately for you, I won't be driving back to the hotel, because you're right. If I was driving, the car could end up at a drive-thru.
Exactly.
But since I won't be driving, and if we're staying at the hotel we normally stay at, about 2 blocks down the road, all right, there's a sports bar, all right, and they do their own thing, and I like them. And so that's where I will go. That's where I will watch Lions Commanders down the street. Get out amongst the peeps, Mark. You're really shaming me here, man.
I'm already getting texters telling you KC transplant, Q39 barbecue.
I did Q39. It's in a strip mall. It looks like a dive. It was glorious. Glorious. It's apparently Andy Reid's favorite place to go. I mean, come on, you follow the fat people.
Exactly.
I mean,
Particularly when it comes to barbecue.
Right. I'm not following him for fashion. Okay. I'm following him to eat.
Look good. You'd look good in one of those Hawaiian shirts that he wears for the NFL meetings coaches pick.
Do you think the bigger person can pull that off better than the
Oh,
smaller
yeah.
person?
Oh, yeah. That's the old Larry Bud Melman when asked on the David Letterman show, how do you get the best looking girl on campus to notice me? Well, first, gain a lot of weight, because if there's more of you, there's more of you to see.
You know, it'll be 10 years in May since Letterman did his last show.
Well, sounds about right. It sounds about right. Thank goodness for, well, at least for the next week, TikTok and other places where you can catch the occasional Letterman clip.
So Dion took a phone call from Jera yesterday, and Dion described it as, quote, intriguing, unquote, which got us to ask what we think is an intriguing poll question. Would you hire Deion Sanders to be head coach of your NFL team? Now, Miller and Moulton are a yes. We're Deion guys, number one. And number two, we agree with his philosophy, which he unveiled 10 years ago, by the way, before he'd gotten into coaching. He thought being a head coach was assembling a terrific staff and being a leader of men. And he said, and trust me, I can handle the media part of it. And goodness knows he can. So we're on board about hiring Deion as the head coach. We know many of you are not. How many, Mark? In how much of the minority are we in?
David, you made a bold prediction when it was 55-45 to the no early in the show. You said this will probably be in the 60s to the 30s by the time we are done.
I thought it'd be at least 2-1 against.
It's getting there. Right now, it's 64-36, ever so close to your 2/3 vote.
Yep.
So the no's have come out, and it's been a pretty decent vote. Better than most of our sports-related questions on the Swamp Buggy Races poll question.
So now we've learned something. Okay, you go Belichick or you go Deion. That's the only two sports-related questions that have gotten any traction on our poll question in the last few weeks. You go Belichick, you go Deion. And by the way, if I'm Jera, I call Belichick too.
I would think he already has. I think he did before if he was calling Belichick, his people would have got a hold of Belichick's people last week. Because the buyout for Jera's peanuts. Come on now.
That's $10 million.
That's for Jera.
Well, technically, it's supposed to be from Belichick. Jera would have to agree to pay it.
And he would.
Are we sure?
If you're Belichick, would you take the job without him paying it?
Well, no, I wouldn't. But I'm just saying, if I'm Jera, it's like, oh, no, I agreed to pay you a certain amount of money. You can pay him. Besides, you did all the media this year. You probably made close to $10 million doing it.
So, yeah, Jera would be paying it if I were Bill. That's all. It would be my signing bonus.
Okay. Fair enough. That's a good way to look at it.
I just wonder how many people are lining up for the Cowboys job this time.
Well, they're starting from behind, if that matters. And will Jera hire somebody that he doesn't have a relationship with? The candidates out there are Dion and Kellen Moore. I mean, he didn't really have a relationship with Mike McCarthy. He went down that road.
And would he say that was successful or unsuccessful? Probably the latter, because they didn't get anything done in the postseason. Miller and Moulton. Talking football on a Tuesday. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when what's on tap? All still ahead. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
There's a few of you going on here. The Rooney Rule is not discrimination. Discrimination is hiring and firing based on race. This is interviewing. That's all it is. And all it is interviewing one person who's not white. One. Think about the state that your business has to be in. And remember, you're a public entity in the National Football League. Think about how bad things were in 2003 that they had to institute this rule. Basically to prevent themselves from being labeled as racist. Now, am I a fan of it now? No, I'm not. But I mean, you know, to not, it's one thing, I believe, in theory, to say, I'm against this and what have you. But the reality was, if you were a person of color, you couldn't get interviewed for coordinator jobs, never mind head coaching jobs. I mean, if you're running the league, don't you have to do something about that? Or do you just sit back and go, give it time? I think it served its purpose. Now, I would be done with it, but I think it served its purpose. And the story that I used is, because of the Rooney Rule, the Giants interviewed Lovie Smith. First year of the Rooney Rule, the Giants interviewed Lovie Smith. Everybody knew they were going to hire Tom Coughlin. And when the Bears job opened up a year later, the McCaskies called the Maras. And the Maras said, let me tell you something. If we weren't going to hire Coughlin, we would have hired Lovie Smith. he was impressive. And the Bears hired Lovie Smith. It's just an interview. It's not a hiring. I'm not a quota guy, but you have to acknowledge. Come on. You could be whatever your politics are, you have to acknowledge 22 years ago, the league had a huge effing problem when you couldn't even get a black person to get an interview for a job. Not even a head coaching job. We're just talking about a coordinator job. So I don't know. I think it served its purpose. Now, I'd be done with it. I think now where they've taken it now, I think you can criticize. That to me, instead of pulling back, they've gone further. But, well, once again, Irish, but you guys in the Twitch chat room, with all due respect, you all basically said it was bullshit and it was not necessary. And I'm trying to say, you need to go back to 2003. Okay. And tell me it was bullshit. It wasn't bullshit. It was very real. Now you could say it's bullshit and you could be against the draft picks and what have you, which, by the way, don't come, if the Bucks lose two guys, the Bucks don't get penalized. The teams don't get penalized for losing guys. The league just awards compensatory picks to the teams that lose the guys. So if you hire a minority, you don't get penalized for it. That to me is is more of what I think you're complaining about.
2 system plays tonight. 3 system plays tonight, and I hate one of them. Marquette's laying 13.5 at DePaul. DePaul sucks.
I don't know if they suck this year.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
$21 past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett, after his little trip to the Pacific Northwest, he will join us for his weekly visit.
Oh, he's going to sneak us in tomorrow, is he?
Can't believe he wouldn't get up at 5 a.m. on his vacation and do his little dog and pony show with Miller and Moulton. Come on. What the heck? Hope he got us some Kraken stuff.
My Kraken shirt's run out of gas. I will say that. It's been a lot of years since you brought me that back from Seattle.
I think it's the pandemic. Okay, because the Kraken weren't in business yet. The Kraken were going to happen. Okay, and they hadn't played a game yet. So I think it was the pandemic of 2020. So you've worn that sucker out.
I have. It's a great shirt. Great logo.
I've been back in a couple years.
And I don't think you'll be back anytime soon.
Really? Yeah, Monday Night Football, we get some interesting games.
It's true. You could end up with a divisional game there.
Mm-hmm. Sure. And if so, I guarantee, by the way, next trip, I'll buy gear.
Yeah, then it could. I mean, David, this just in. Your trips to the 239 have pretty much ended.
Well, I got one coming up in a month. And then, I'm going to try to still come down a couple times a year. I mean, Mark, I don't have any friends in Jacksonville. I mean, I gotta talk to the few friends I have.
Fair enough. Fair enough. If you want to be David's friend, 21,000 is the text.
Oh, that's outstanding. Oh, that's outstanding.
Easy shot. Couldn't help myself.
Yeah, well,
Someone did text the show John Gruden to Dallas.
well, Jared could do it. Jared could do it. Listen, I wonder if Gruden's a candidate in New Orleans. He spent some time there kind of consulting. Obviously, Carr was his quarterback with the Raiders.
Now he's just hanging out at Barstool, watching the game with them, telling stories.
I don't know. It seemed to do Belichick well this year, just kind of, doing a totally different media thing. Gruden held off for all these years. This is Gruden finally admitting I'm never going to get a gig. So I might as well just make as much money as I can and shoot the bull. And how often have we heard the story that I've given up on my dream job? And guess what? I got my dream job.
Who's going to take the Dallas Cowboy job?
Well, I think Kellen Moore would take it.
Do you think that's who's going to get it?
Yes, I do. I think Jera and Dion will talk. And I think Dion will say to him, next time. I'm ready to take it next time. I'm not ready to take it now. I got unfinished business here in Boulder.
David, a texter, replied to my request and said, no thanks, I need friends with money. Did not know this was 1-900 dial a date. Apparently, David, your witty repartee is not enough. They want cash too.
Yeah, my wife feels the same way. So I understand.
And maybe David would be rich if his wife wasn't giving all of his money away.
But
no thanks. I need friends with money. Wow. That's a shot. We started the show with a little snark this morning, David, you and I, at just after 6 a.m, and the listeners coming back with their own snark in the Diamond District bonus hour.
That's what we like. It's what
Darn
we like.
right.
Like an audience that can give it and take it. So, hey, do you think Mike Zimmer would be a candidate in Dallas? Gerald loves him. Kind of forced him on McCarthy as defensive coordinator here. Was the defensive coordinator under Parcells, and then Zimmer got the Minnesota job.
Yes, I do, because he likes to keep that tree close. He, as you've mentioned throughout the show, Jarrah likes to work with people he's worked with before.
And Zimmer can't get a head coaching job again. So Zimmer wouldn't be in a position to say no.
But I don't think it will be someone with a lot of head coaching experience. I don't. And as we were talking about with Pat Kirwan, they're going to fill all these jobs. I don't know how desirable any of these jobs are. I really don't. I mean, there's a reason that they're open.
So are you saying that Vrabel picked the most desirable job?
I think so.
Drake May.
A quarterback and a high draft pick.
And salary cap room.
And let's be honest. You're only fearful of one team in that division.
Correct.
The Buffalo Bills.
Correct.
You laugh at the other two. You laugh really hard at the Jets. You giggle at the Dolphins.
Right.
So when Jacksonville now appears to be one of the best of the remaining jobs, in most people's opinion, because what do they have? We think they have a quarterback. We're not sure. I get the texters that sent, are you sure Jacksonville's got a quarterback? No, I'm not. But of what's out there, I'm more sure about him than any other job that's available. I truly am.
here's the other thing that you have to be sure of. He is your quarterback for at least the next 3 years because contractually you can't walk away from that deal. Remember, that contract hasn't kicked in yet. That 55 a year hasn't kicked in yet.
Correct.
Never mind how much of that do you have to work off before you could walk away from it. So, that's like saying you don't believe in Dak. Well, I don't know what to tell you. If you get the Cowboys job, your quarterback is Dak. 2 years minimum, probably 3.
Good news is, David, people are lining up to eat a meat barbecue plate with you. That one guy wants friends with money. There are many others that said, I'll have a meat barbecue plate with David.
It will not be clean. It will be messy. A lot of napkins involved.
That means you come up for air. Will there be that many? I mean, I've watched you. You and I don't need a lot of napkins. We don't miss that often.
Well, but I get so much on my hands that I can't lick all of it off. I can only get like 80 to 90% of it off. And so I do need help with the final 10+%. I do.
You will not have to lick David's fingers. You may have to provide him with a napkin or a paper towel, or just open the door to the restroom so he can wash his hands.
Some interesting choices in the Twitch chat room as to where the Cowboys could go. Is Cliff Kingsbury going to get some interviews after the Commanders get eliminated by the Lions? How much has he been rehabilitated? He did win 11 games one year with Kyler Murray and the Cardinals. Now, at the end, it wasn't working, and he was justifiably fired. But
I would think Chicago more likely if they're still interviewing at that point.
Oh, please, the Bears want to interview Marcus Freeman of Notre Dame. I mean, he ain't free till at least Tuesday of next week.
Yeah, they're just throwing a very big net out there for everyone.
Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. A system play or two next. Would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Walmart has come up with a new logo.
Really?
Why?
That's what I would say.
What's not working?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done yapping. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Miss any part of the show, like our David Samson interview, like our 2 segments with Pat Kirwan, go to millerandmoulton.com and download what you missed. And you can always contact Miller and Moulton via X at Miller_Moulton. Hey, did you see Walmart has a new logo?
Why?
That's a great question. I mean, how do you get that one through whatever committee or board you got to get that through? Hey, I'm thinking we need a new logo. Really? What made you think that? Are sales sluggish? I mean, am I missing anything?
I don't believe so.
I mean, new logos are expensive. That means you got to put it on everything. All our buildings inside. I mean, what's not working? I mean, this isn't like, Subway after the guy who was their pitchman, got in trouble there. We need a new image and what have you. I mean, this is, I don't know. I don't get it.
I'm trying to see what the difference is between the two.
Oh, no, not one of those. Oh, my goodness. That's an even better con than what I thought. If you can't tell the difference in before and after, I mean, damn. Okay.
They're not that different.
Oh, man.
That's
What
all
are
I'm
you
saying.
What are you doing? You going with the big curly W like the Nationals?
It's the flower or whatever that's next to whatever the sun ray, whatever you want to call it. That's they're changing. I don't know.
What?
They look eerily similar. That's all I'm telling you.
Also, it's got to cost tens of millions of dollars to put the new logo on everything.
Yes, it does.
I mean,
that'll be less checkout lines open and more people in the self-checkout line, David.
Oh, boy. Love the self-checkout line. How much more of your work can we do for you? God, I hate the self-checkout line. I won't go to it.
I wish I had a breaking news sounder for that. Now, when's the last time you've been inside a McDonald's? Not eating at a McDonald's, inside, because I went to one with my daughter and one of her friends and the dad. That's the last time I've been in a McDonald's. It's probably 4 or 5 years ago. And it was a self-checkout kiosk. I went up and had to order there wasn't a person there. I had to order through a machine.
Yeah.
So
I make a scene. Like I walk up to the counter and I go, "Can I order?" And they go, "The kiosk." And I go, "No, I'd like to talk to a person." That's automated. I'm into real. I'll wait. I hate it. I really do. I absolutely. This drives me crazy. Prices are doing nothing but going up, and we have to do more of the work for you so that you can hire less people. No. Nope, not a fan. Not a fan.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Okay, I got to be honest. How old did I sound there?
124.
Yeah, I was thinking about it while the music was playing. I'm like, wow, I'll bet I sounded really. Clint Eastwood thinks I'm old. Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, that was quite a tirade there.
Mm-hmm.
Not a fan though.
I'm not either, but I use them all the time because they're more efficient.
Nope. By the way, 2 weeks ago was in a McDonald's. Yep.
1943 is when we start today, David. FDR travels from Miami to Morocco, becoming the first American president to travel overseas by airplane. Today in 1951, the first Pro Bowl. The American Conference beats the National Conference. It was actually a barn burner. 28-27. Otto Graham, your MVP.
You remember when the Pro Bowl used to be a fun game? They played.
Yeah.
They hit. I mean, they played that game through the 90s. Hard.
The Today Show premiered today on NBC in 1952. Super Bowl II today in 68. The Packers beat the Raiders 33-14.
Is that at the Orange Bowl?
That was at the OB. That's right.
Lombardi's last game as Packers coach.
Today in 73, Super Bowl VII. Dolphins beat the Redskins 14-7. To tell you what a different world it was, the MVP, David?
Jake Scott?
A safety. Exactly right. And also today in 73, Aloha from Hawaii via satellite. An Elvis Presley concert broadcast live on delay to the U.S. and Europe. It becomes the most watched broadcast by an individual entertainer.
If I go back to Super Bowl VII there, I think Greasy threw 8 passes. I think his final stat line, he was 6 of 8.
Good completion percentage. The World Football League was founded today in 74. Today in 77, for the first time on television, we heard the words, boss, deplane, deplane.
Oh, wow.
Fantasy Island premiered.
That followed the Love Boat, right?
Yes, it did. Big Saturday nights in my house. I don't know about you, David.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Some championship games today in 90. Broncos beat Cleveland 37-21, and the Niners pounded the Rams. 96, the Steelers beat the Colts 20-16, and the Cowboys would beat the Packers by 11. And in 01, the Ravens beat the Raiders, and your Giants humiliated the Vikings.
41-0.
Benedict Arnold and Carl Weathers would have both celebrated birthdays today. Faye Dunaway is 84. LL Cool J, 57. Jason Bateman and Dave Grohl are both 56 years old today. What did I miss?
Boy, one looks a little better than the other, doesn't he? Jason Bateman, Dave Grohl.
Dave Grohl looks all right for as hard as he's run. That's been 30 years of... He's been a rock and roll star forever and has still lived in the limelight.
All I said is one looks better than the other. I agree. Dave Grohl, for as hard as he's got at it the last 35 years, looks good. Jason Bateman looks terrific.
Looks like he's 35, for crying out loud.
Exactly. That's all I was saying. That's all. You're taking things like a college football fan. Like I didn't just say overly glorious things about your team. I only said pretty good things about your team, and you're very upset about it. Marilyn Monroe married Joe DiMaggio today in 54. They didn't make the year. They got divorced in October. But they got married today in 54. And I think it was during the summer of 54 that she did the movie that stood on the subway grate in New York City. And right. And he was there watching the taping, and the crowd was gathering around, and, you know, they were encouraging her to, you know, film more takes and what have you. Yeah. And he, you know, the jealous type. So, but Joe D and Marilyn Monroe, they did the City Hall thing today in 54. Diana Ross and the Supremes, final concert together today in 70. That was a big deal back in the day, her leaving to go solo, because they had a lot of success.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Michigan for the good. Family Christmas party. White elephant gift exchange. And Emily Hickox, a 25-year-old, ends up with a scratcher. $500,000.
Wow. Man, love hearing stories like that.
Dad took his gift back. She had a flashlight. Dad wanted the flashlight back, exchanged the lottery tickets. Dad got the flashlight. She got $500,000. Let's see. For the bad, it's a toss-up. We'll go to Fort Myers today, where a crime spree came to an end as Mitchell Williams was finally arrested as he robbed multiple businesses along Palm Beach Boulevard. He smashed a door to Dairy Queen and then robbed the register at Palm Beach Pizza and damaged property at Oscar's Handy Pantry. He went 0 for 3 after Lee County was able to find him and take him into custody. Finally, the ugly. We go to Virginia Beach, Virginia, where court documents detail a meetup that was arranged by a Hampton police officer and a prostitute.
I'm sorry.
A Hampton police officer and a prostitute. Not only did Jerron Henry meet up with Alexis Dream Copeland via an app, and he hired her for a little you-know-what. He paid her $100 in Apple Pay transactions. She told him, let's shower together, but she never joined him in the shower. When he got out of the shower, his phone, keys, wallet, and car were all gone.
Unbelievable.
Now, so is his job. And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Tuesday, January the 14th. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, a $10,000 bonus, a new sign-on bonus for new officers, plus other jobs available. All information can be had at capecops.com.
Now, you know, obviously we want the advertising that they do on our show to work for them, and it obviously is because they are continuing to advertise. Would that disqualify him, because he's in need of the $10,000 cash, would that disqualify him from maybe being hired as a new police officer in Cape Coral?
I do think the rap sheet would keep him from being an officer in Cape Coral. At least I hope so. But I'll check. I'll send a text after the show.
I mean, I'm told that a lot of businesses are struggling to find, workers these days. So I'm just, are you willing to put your life on your line, sir? Sure. I'm just wondering, do you guys pay that $10,000 like this week?
I need it to pay bond.
Right. Well, I'd leave that out.
As
Okay.
JDR Blue in our Twitch chat room says, what do the analytics say? Well played, sir.
Well played. I thought the best line I've seen on X so far today about Sam Darnold is that he should have opted out of the playoffs. Hello. I'll tell you, the sports world just keeps on giving. Okay, where do you want to start? So we've got, I think, 7 games in the association. We know you all hate the association. I know. None of the locals are in action, for what it's worth. Would you take the Sixers at home getting 11.5 against OKC?
No.
Would you take the Pacers at home getting 7.5 against the Cavs, who just lost? Pacers
Yes.
are playing really well.
Yes.
Okay. College hoop tonight. How many system plays? I'm counting 2. How many do you have?
I thought I saw 3, David.
Ranked teams.
Marquette's on the road at DePaul, laying 13.5.
Right. So
Illinois on the road, laying 3.5 at Indiana. They just got pounded by Iowa over the weekend.
They did.
And the last one is Baylor. No, I'm sorry, that isn't one. Arizona's a 5.5 point. You're right, just 2. Arizona's a 5.5 point favorite at home against 25th ranked Baylor. I read that wrong during the break.
So we've got the Hoosiers at home against Illinois, getting 3.5, and we've got DePaul at home against Marquette, getting 13.5. Right?
Yep.
Our 2 system plays. I will say, terrific night of quality games in college hoop. Villanova Xavier, 6:30 FS1.
That's my game.
There you go. I won't go any further. You got me laughing. And there's 13 games in the NHL tonight, by the way. Both the Panthers and Lightning in action. Seth Everett on the show tomorrow. Thanks for listening, everyone. Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839, or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.